kid did not call me a slacker last week for showing up right on time. Where is he?
Well, hey, I'm getting notifications immediately that I'm online.
Wow.
That never happens.
Very cool.
Well, let's do our audio check. I would hate for us to not have sound. Do we have sound? Yes, we do.
Sounds
Cool.
like sound.
So, awesome. We're all set. With that, thank you for joining us for D&D on WIM. Episode 20 of Ocean Blight, or Ocean Bound, Ocean Blight.
Ocean Blight.
Something like
Been
that.
hanging around the blight too long.
There's oceans and there's stuff.
Eventually, right?
Right. So, get that all set up. Okay, cool. Thank you for joining us. Elo will be a little bit late today. Work issues. Net is at the last week, hopefully, of job transition, and then should be joining us after that, hopefully. And then also, Anita is out of town for the week, enjoying a fun vacation, absolutely. And Norin will be back soon, hopefully, for a good stretch. But he is currently off building nuclear stuff. Yeah. Exactly. Cleaning nuclear things. So it's just going to mostly be the four of us today. Elo will be here shortly. But we will get started. Definitely do us a huge favor. Subscribe, like, comment. I'm going to have the chat open. So I'm hoping to have some interaction between players, and I'll be keeping an eye on chat and hopefully saying stuff to you. I do have the Rumble chat open, so go to rumble.com/D&D on a whim, and you'll be able to find us, or just follow the link on most of our things. I also link this to the Facebook. Should be the pinned comment in there if it's working correctly. But go there, comment, let us know what you think, and we'll try to react to it live as well. Other than that, still looking to try to get more subscribers on YouTube. Even if you're not going to watch it, if you see this, just subscribe to YouTube, and that'll help us getting into the algorithms. That first step is the biggest step. So thank you. With that, we will get going here. Make sure I've got this going. Thank you. With that. Cool. And it is way too hot for the vest today. No vest, no hat. It's okay. Not the end of the world. One thing I did was also I was like, well, I really can't afford to be losing air pressure on this side for the little cooling thing, so I don't have anything on this side. So I just deal with it. But hopefully it's better on your guys' side of the table.
I feel it. It's much better.
Mm-hmm. Like I said yesterday, at one point, like at the beginning of the day when I just put the ice before everybody showed up, I had my knee like right up against the thing, and it's just like, my knee's like cold. I gotta move it.
Yeah.
But we are done with that. After everybody kind of gets settled in and takes the night, we are starting the session on the 25th day of Avandra, in the year 1347. Everybody kind of gets up. You've got Ela and Amanita wake up early and kind of seem to not be around. They did their trance for 4 hours and got up, took off. Net halfway woke up, and they were just like, hey, we're going to go investigate some leads, see what we can't find about the island, and figure out what we can find out about some of the crew. So they both head off to start the day. As you guys wake up, Norin is packing up and saying that he's going to go and investigate and see what he can't find out as well. Looking for information on the people here, the crews, and how to best outfit the ship. In the room, Net is poring over the books that he took from the captain's chambers of the airship that go over all the ins and outs of handling a storm. So he's getting a good feel on how to do that. Mickey and Muck are there going over some of the books with him as well. They're going to kind of play more of an officer role, with getting a feel that currently Mickey is the first mate, so he feels like he should know as much as Net. And Muck is currently the surgeon. He still wants to know the ins and outs of working the ship, because in the best of circumstances, his job as a surgeon will be very boring. So, with that in mind, the two of you have the entire day ahead of you. Last night, as you guys gathered, you shared information amongst each other, and the information that you came on was there are lots of individual sailors and there are lots of individual pirates on this island who are looking for work. There are message boards. There are kind of like, they almost look like wanted boards or like job boards in some of the inns where people can just kind of write something out, post it, or however you want to do that. You're also welcome to write a note and post up and say, hey, this is what we're looking for, if that's something you guys want to compose. That being said, there's not a lot of information. You guys didn't have the best of luck yesterday in gathering information, but you got some feel on where to start. You got a list of the crews that are located on the island. You were told that there's the Faceless. You encountered the Faceless. You realized that they have, they're definitely like speaking to each other. Thieves can't, but humanoids, some half elf, maybe some half orc. Kind of hard to tell. Lots of them are hoods and masks and just a solid face mask, not just like an eye mask, but full facial mask that hides who they are. And they all have kind of the same mask, same cloak, just kind of made to look the same. You interacted with them a little bit, finding not much about them, but getting a basic feel for them. You also found that there are the Secret Keepers. The Secret Keepers are posted up behind the Driftwood Tradery. Figure out where my people are. Yeah, behind the Driftwood Tradery. They are they all look relatively different. Mostly humans, maybe a few half elves, maybe an elf or two, but they're mostly notable by the fact that they each wear one black glove and an eye patch. It's very distinctive, kind of sets them out. While you were watching people trading stuff in the Driftwood Tradery, you did see there was a good amount of them involved in some of that. To an extent, they would be involved in that, and then also they were highly involved in the fact that you could tell while you were sitting back and catching these trades and catching people doing potentially shady or at least more underground trading, the secret keepers also seem to be kind of catching it. Like one of those things where you're like, oh wow, that was obvious, and you look over and you see a secret keeper guy and a guy going like, and you kind of both catch eyes and you're like, yeah, we both saw that sort of feel. There is a group. I can set some. Where's my little rings? Do I have my little rings? I have my little rings. What do I do with my little rings? Don't really use them very much anymore, so now they're all hiding. That's fine. We can make this work. So, just to get a feel, the faceless are posted up kind of over here. You've already interacted with them. The secret keepers are off over here. You heard that there's a group that is referred to as the Bolds, and the Bolds have an encampment set up over here. All you know is that they're called the Bolds. You don't know really anything about them. There is a group of people who you haven't directly interacted with, but you heard that there's a group set up behind the dragon scale armor and the dragon blades, the crafting shops, as well as Cord's Blessing, the ship weapon shop, and those were referred to as the Is It Engineering. You've got the Simic scientists that are posted up over here. And those are the ones that people refer to as the crazy people who cut on themselves, grafting all sorts of things. One person, the bartender for Dragon's Anchor, where you guys are at, Erskine, referred to Norin as potentially one of them, saying that he seems to do kind of the same thing, where he's kind of grafting oceanic life to himself, which gives you a little bit of feel of possibly what you're dealing with there. Not yet interacting with them, but you hear that over in this area you've got a group referred to as Sabotage. Ela found out not much about them, just the name of their group, and that they had purchased some items that she was looking for. So she's possibly interested in reaching out to them and getting a feel of what's going on. Oh, this is off.
Yeah, she can get us all killed.
No, it's because this whole thing is over.
Make sure you don't tell Ela about this.
I need to put this on. Oh, give it a second.
Oh, no.
Like half the map's not showing. That's fine. You also heard, and this is one that you heard a decent bit about. You didn't really investigate their camp as much, but you saw it from the exterior. Very well kept camp. Very, very nice tents that have seemed to not show much weather, as well as a nice flag. The flag that they have on their tents is a picture of what looks like a person, possibly in a tuxedo suit, with a cane in one hand and a sword in the other hand. And this is the group that is referring to themselves as the Noblemen. And then you've got the group that Amanita is interested in investigating off here, referred to as the Failures, which is the traveling entertainers. Apparently they're traveling musicians and kind of like a circus group, if you will. That'll be better. And then you have the Eternals set up to the north. Is it Engineering's camp is there? The Eternals are off on this cove. which you guys really didn't get any information on, just that was the name of one of the camps set up there. The only other one that you heard of is that out on the ocean, there is a ship. The crew is referred to, or is known as the Childs of Seth, and they are looking to potentially sell the ship that they have now to buy a bunch of like cargo and goods and stuff like that to make money, and then join with another ship, go sell all the goods that they made while traveling the lands, accumulate wealth, and then buy their own ship later. So it's kind of the vibe that was said about them. Information seems to be relatively freely available on them. So at the beginning of the day, is there one particular group that anybody wants to try to investigate? Now, before we decide on this, Norin will assist you guys with it however we want. What we are effectively doing is creating a skill challenge, gather information skill challenge. So again, you choose whatever skill you want and go. The group is willing to help you. People who aren't here will be willing to help you as you wish. If you wish to split off and try to investigate multiple different groups, just remember that as you split off, it'll be one kind of check for that group as opposed to one as a whole. When you do it as a whole, you have a much higher chance of success, as you'll be hitting, you have one failure isn't going to necessarily destroy the whole group. If there's only 2 or 3 of you doing it though, 2 failures suddenly could throw the whole thing off. So focusing the group's effort might be a good call, and you do have a decent amount of time. You feel like you can spread out through the island and try to get information on any one individual crew, or you can always go through and try to look for individual members. If you were looking for individual members, you basically try to gather information on people who are like bosuns or surgeons or quartermasters or first mates or master gunners, or
we already have a surgeon.
However that. Huh?
We already had a surgeon.
You have a surgeon right now, but your surgeon is Muck, and Muck is not.
He said he'd feel more comfortable being an assistant.
Yeah, he's like he's like, I can't do half the stuff that that Dorgal was doing. It's like, I definitely don't think I could keep up with an entire crew. I have minor magics, but he's like, I make beetles. And he's kind of like pull the little beetle. I was like, I can do that, and I can keep 1 or 2 people from dying a day. But if we get into like a serious battle, I'm not a trained surgeon. That's what I'm doing while here. So I'm going over these books and trying to see if I can't make myself a better surgeon. But if you can just find somebody, I would be a great assistant. So you guys can even look into see if there's any captains on the ship. If you want, you guys could literally build an entire crew that just runs the ship, and then that gives you guys, or takes those pressures off you. Net seems content being the captain it's at now, but we'll see how he feels after days and days of reading books and going like, okay, now that I understand what I'm getting into, like where do I feel? Plus also, once you establish a crew and stuff, it may change a little bit, but if you guys want, the 2 of you are served breakfast. Norin is kind of quietly eating and listening into what you guys are saying while reading his book. Ela and Amanita have left, but they said they'll touch bases with you shortly after you wake up to figure out what you guys want to focus on today. So I will leave you to discuss amongst yourself what you want to investigate.
So of the stuff that we had found out yesterday, there's only I'd say like at least I got 4 groups on my list that I would be interested in learning a little bit more about. What are you thinking, quiz?
I don't know. Which groups people would fit best in the positions that we have. So I'd say we ought to go on a little walk around the beach and see how many of these we can look at.
Absolutely. Because for me, the ones that had stuck out in any kind of way were the engineer, maybe get some more technically talented people for the crew. The noblemen, I don't know, like their flag. I thought that was kind of neat. The Eternals seem kind of mysterious, and then the childs of Seth seem like kind of like we could just snatch them up and get out of here, and then get rid of them when the time comes because they're already having their own separate agenda.
I mean, the crew on the boat that's looking to sell their wares and go on to another ship. There's everybody for a crew right there. We don't even have to do any more looking.
But yeah, I'm definitely down for doing a little bit of exploring and learning a little bit more about what we can find.
You said, is it engineers, the noblemen? By the way, is it, if you want for your information, it's IZZET. The noblemen, the child's assess. What was the third one?
The Eternals.
The Eternals.
It's mysterious.
So you guys can focus on one specific group and try to see what you can find out, or if you want, you guys can all spread out again and see if you can't collect just a little more information to get a feel for these. And then I can give you basically another day to spend gathering information on just all of the crews in general to get just a slight hint more. It won't give you probably won't get as in-depth of information as you would if you go through and just focus on just one group. I mean, you have time too.
Oh, yeah.
If you think about it,
plenty
right now
of
there's
time.
9 crews, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, effectively 8 officer or like crew roles. So that's 17 days. That still leaves you with 6 days. So basically a half week, a little over a half week to work on your getting to know the crew, or however you want to do it. So if you want to spend another day, I mean, you can literally spend 1 day on each of these crews in doing a full investigation. You can spend 1 day on each role trying to get an investigation and then feeling out for the people, and then still work through. So you're more than welcome, if you want, to take the day of the 25th and just try to get more base information and just kind of be like, okay, just get a little more information on each of the groups. That's an option as well.
I think having a little bit more information might be beneficial.
Yeah.
In case any sort of beneficial or creative ideas maybe slip through the cracks on the first go.
Yeah, for sure. That is definitely an option. So Norin says he will go out and he's going to look for his markers, find his markers, and then investigate for information on the crew. So Norin is going to do an investigation, and he is going to look for just general information on the 10 crews that you know of now. I keep saying 9, it's actually 10 because of the Children's of Seth. There are 9 on the island, and then the Children's of Seth have a boat, which keeps throwing me off. As you guys will kind of move down, you'll see Amanita and Ela are set here. And they're more than willing to go do that. Amanita will try to do some traveling performance, see if she can't get do some performances and move around the camps and kind of play some songs and see if she can't get a little bit of attention while kind of scouting them out, see what they talk to her about. So Amanita is going to do a performance. If you guys would prefer to do something that somebody else is doing as well, let me know, because if you guys are here, you take precedence. Net, Mickey, Muck are just going to read and study. Ela, for now, is going to go and try to do what she did yesterday and just kind of put on the front that she is this very, very powerful leader of a crew, and they're just looking to kind of supplement an already established ship, just looking for a little bit more, but seeing how the other crews of this island add up to her crew. She's going out with a deception, which gives us Quiz and Gorak. Whoever wants to go first, you can just let me know how you want to do it. Again, remember that some skills are going to have a much higher DC. The lowest DCs for this gather information are DC 15s. Things that are relatively achievable, pretty much achievable by anybody, because the worst you could possibly have to skill is a -4. So technically, even if you rolled a natural 20, you'd succeed on that with a 15. That being said, the highest skill DCs are like DC 30. There are some of these things that certain skills are going to be nearly impossible to actually get information from. So just take that in mind and consider that. What would you like to do to try and gather information? Remember, you have also lots and lots of time doing this. So if you use the same skill over and over, it may be more difficult to use that same skill to gather more information, because people might start to kind of catch on to what you're doing and such. If you're just trying to keep anything, that is.
As we're out checking out all these crews and learning a little bit more about them, I want to try and perception and see what some of the overall intentions are. Who's more motivated for money or gold or property or whatever it is. Maybe kind of perceive loyalty and figure out if that's something, if it's just for the price of $1 or the price of a coin, or there's something more than that with any of these groups.
Yeah, absolutely. Sort of, you're just, I mean, you're kind of going out and just watching,
Just
listening,
watching,
kind
yeah,
of
talking,
just vibing
hanging
out
out,
what they're doing.
and kind of just figuring out what everybody's about.
Yeah, absolutely. That works well. Makes sense. What is your take on the day, Quiz? And you can still keep doing things. I mean, certain ones, if you have a massive bonus in it, after a week, you might get a -2 to the DC, or about +2 to the DC. It still might be better to use certain ones, but it's just up to you. How you feel about it.
Well, Quiz probably just going to do his normal thing of just being the fly on the wall, listening for who's talking about what they're looking for, and see if anyone's actively looking to get on a boat. It'd be easier to recruit somebody who is wanting to be on a ship.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll work. So
Be it either the stealth of the perception because he's being stealthy to perceive.
Yeah, we can call that stealth. We can give a stealth for that. Let me just get people who aren't here's modifiers real quick, and then we'll do some rolls for it. So, Norin is doing an investigation. Amanita is doing a performance. Just leave them all up. Ela is doing her deception. Quiz is using stealth, and Gorak is using perception. To try to figure this out. Perception is a 7. So, with that in mind, let's go ahead and, as we set out for the day, kind of spreading ways and figuring out, let's go ahead and get some rolls and see how we do. Norin. Hey, there's Norin. Amanita. And Ela. What'd you get, Cork?
17.
17. You have +4, right?
27.
27? Oh, yeah, 27, because you don't have expertise in stealth. I don't know why I kept thinking you had expertise in stealth, but you don't.
I know.
So it's slightly different than the other one. 27. Only person, well, and she didn't beat you, but she got close. Ela got a 26 with her roll of 19.
I rolled 2 15s.
Right. It works. Norin seems... The only thing Norin seems to really find out is that people don't seem to... They seem to be almost superstitious around him. They don't seem to really want to help him out with much. So he's struggling a little bit to gather some information. Amanita today manages to keep her distance from Sondel and his charming ways of trying to distract her, and can move throughout the groups and get a little bit of information on them. Oh no, that's failure, success. Quiz manages to just pretty much disappear for the day, moving throughout and kind of being able to move through the trees and bushes pretty well and get up in and out of camps without any severe issue. You find that a lot of the camps aren't really highly on guard. The Faceless seem to be kind of just on guard at all times because of their nature and who they are. So it seems like it might have just been a lot of luck last time where you just kind of walked into the like biggest defense, you know. It's like every other door is open and you walked up to the door that was dead bolted.
Right.
But today you skirted them a little bit, watched them from a distance, managed to work around and really watch the groups. And Gorak just walking around, you find that, you know, you're unintimidating enough. You know, you're not trying to put on that false air of like being that badass pirate. You're friendly enough that you can kind of just walk around and sit by a tree and just play with a coconut. Sit there and picking at it like you're trying to carve it open, and just kind of listen to the people around and doing things like that. You guys do succeed at getting more information on the crews of Drakengard. So the information that you gain, a little bit more on each of the group.
Do you have any more cards?
Cards? I've got lots of cards.
Because I had a few cards over here and more gone. More than
Cards. I also have a notebook. Would you prefer?
Yeah, I think cards would be better.
Or so the things that you find out, starting off, kind of working around here, with the noblemen, they seem to be descendants of noble lords and families of notoriety who are out here maybe on a rite of passage, or they have fathers who are descendants of great warriors who built up their land and are kind of like, well, I need to go out and prove myself before I try to lead a township, or who knows, maybe even a country. But they seem to be men of good, or men and women of high upbringing that are out here for kind of a rite of passage. Let's switch to, we're no longer inside here. Let's switch. There we go. Moving along, you've got the Faceless. From what you know, the Faceless, they're a group of sailors. Most people refer to them as sailors, not pirates. They seem to be a group that's almost a religion, or like a cult, or an ideology. People who are trying to change who they were by becoming known. People who may have a past, or be it good or bad, that they're trying to get away with, or getting away from, and they're out here trying to make a new life. In that they kind of came along into the order of the Faceless, in which they kind of give up on themselves to become, it's like getting rid of ego and your personality and all that, to just become a more functional, better creature, if that makes sense. Moving on, I need my numbers. That should be 5. Norrin finds out a little bit more about these guys. They are the Simnic scientists. The Simnic scientists are they're Simnic. They work with, they're mostly all sea folk, so Vidalcan, Sea Elf, Triton, things like that, that view creatures of the sea as powerful and mighty creatures that they can, try to simulate through graphs and surgical modification. The Izzet engineers, they're master crafters, tradesmen. You're seeing a few dwarfs, seeing a few gnomes, seeing a few warforged, seeing these random little orbs that they seem to have, maybe some mechanical companions of sorts here or there. But just from what you're saying, they're master crafters and tradesmen. The Eternals. There's one point where they're set up right at the shore. They're not really in the trees. They're set up, and they've got these pretty decent tents, but they're old, and they're very old, very worn, all faced away. You really can't see who's in there, and you're hiding pretty well in the bushes out, and you really can't see what's going on. So you're like, okay, I'm gonna have to make a break across this beach to get into another hiding spot. So you tuck and you run off to there. You tuck into what seems to have been completely empty tent, and when you get in there, doesn't seem to notice you, but you're noticing that just at first the chest moves, sets down, the chest opens itself, some tools are coming out, and then as you kind of move and readjust yourself, you're seeing you went into like this back of a tent and the whole front of the tent's open, and you're seeing things move, and then you move, you've got this door, and you get it to where the shadows of inside the tent are between you and this box, and you notice that there's this kind of silhouette, very faint, that's moving these things around and moving around these instruments. Looks like they're going through a healer's kit out of this chest and organizing some stuff and moving it about. You kind of tuck off and you start moving through, and the first thing you catch is the smell. It does smell slightly unpleasant, like maybe something washed up on the shore. And then you start to see that there's several different pirates, and they're laughing and they're joking and they're having fun. And as you're watching, you're noticing that their skin is gray and ripped in portions and kind of rotted away. Some people have skeletal arms and legs. You're seeing one fellow who you'd briefly seen or had heard about. You were across the way. But at first it looks like he's got a gray plate on his head, and then you see he kind of peels the skin away, and it's actually his skull, and he kind of scratches at the inside of it and just pushes the skin back down. They're an amalgamation of zombies, skeletons. You're thinking that other thing may have been a ghost of some sort. But they're not acting like zombies and skeletons. They're all acting like normal people. They're just laughing and joking. And passing around drinks, and you're watching like one guy swigs out of whiskey, and half of it pours out of the hole in the side of his neck and lays down, and another guy takes a puff of a cigar and ashes it on him, and it lights on fire, and the guy's like, oh yeah, asshole, and pats out the whiskey that's burning out of the side of his neck. And you're like, okay, cool, and you dip out of there.
Yeah, done here, yeah. Maybe not.
But that's what you see of the Eternals. And then moving on, the bolts. What people are kind of getting the information from, and this is one that, along with their performances, they go through and kind of talk to them and get them excited. Ela will go through and speak with them briefly, just looking at how they're set up, comparing it to how my crew normally sets up. And it's a group of kobolds. And
say so bold.
Right? And you can see when Ela comes out and says like, oh yeah, I just want to see how you compare, and the leader comes out and is like, nobody compares to us. We are the best crew that sailed the sea. All we need is a ship and we'll prove it. But it's a group of kobolds set up there.
Going enthusiasm.
Right. Going on, we have the failures. The failures, you guys already kind of got a good feel for this, but gathering a little more information, they're definitely traveling entertainers. They're musicians, and they seem to, some of them were part of a circus, some of them were musicians. They all seem to come together, and over time, as the circus kind of seemed to be failing, they started to go more towards a group of oddities, kind of pushing more of the freak show aspect, trying to be going for more shock, and going, well, if I can't juggle, like I can't juggle 6 balls, but I can juggle 2 that are on fire. Right. You know, they're really pushing into that.
Atomic Slack. Maybe show even bigger maybe.
You don't get to spend much time in here. This camp is pretty closed off, but it's another one that you kind of try to sneak into. And as soon as you start to sneak in there, you start hearing people going, "You smell that? Who is that? What is that?" And they're looking around. But what you're seeing, and do you see him? Oh yeah. You sneak into these tents, and they have a banner that has what looks like a couple waves across the bottom, basically three U's that are connected. So like a triple U instead of a W, in red with a gray line above it and a couple fangs. It kind of looks almost like a shark coming out of the water. You go in and you're seeing lizard folk. Kind of a
what group was this?
blue. This is sabotage.
Sabotage.
Sabotage. And you're seeing, at first you're noticing there's some lizard folk, there's a couple bugbears, you're noticing a minotaur, and then you see one guy comes out and goes, "Somebody's around here. Keep up the eye." But what you see is this guy steps out, dark gray skin, pointed elongated face, big fin coming up his back, just muscly, covered with scars and gnarly. Looks like half human, half shark. And it's kind of looks like a great white shark. You see he just kind of towers over most of the people here. One of the few creatures, humanoid creatures you'd see that make these bugbears and minotaurs that are around look kind of tiny. So by your perspective, you're like, this thing is insane.
Right.
And half of the reason you're like, you could tell that you're like, okay, I know this armor blends in, and I know that this armor makes me not make a sound. You're like, but I didn't actually shower yesterday. These guys seem to be, they know something's going on, but that's the basic of what you get, is that this is a group of beasts of the sea. But definitely an interesting group. You have never seen a shark man before, so you're like, oh wow. And then there's lots more.
Never seen a minotaur, never seen a bugbear.
Yeah.
Or shark bear.
They saw a bugbear.
Mm-hmm.
And then Quaice robbed them.
Yeah, it was fantastic. He was all bronze.
Just covered with bronze skin. Yeah. And then lastly, you find that you are unable to get into this area. You're like going through and you're just like, it's not tripwires, it's just wired off. Like, and you go through and they're like, it's tripwire every 3 inches going 8 feet tall and then cross wired, and there's bells going over there, and you're going through, and so you get to walk around the area, you get to scout it out, but you don't really see this. You know that by listening to them, they don't make a sound. They're just nothing, quiet. At one point you think that you might hear some people talking, and you're off in the distance kind of leaning against the building outside of their camp, and one of the guys, eye patch, looks at you, and with just the one black gloved hand just goes, and you see him just kind of step behind the tent. But
Creepers.
you don't really get a whole lot of information. You just can tell that they're very, very quiet. Each of them, again, they have different clothes on, but they each have a black eye patch covering their left eye and a black glove on their left hand. From what you can gather from speaking to other people around the areas, they don't really tell you much. They just say that, yeah, those are the secret keepers. They're pirates, and they are like fiercely loyal to each other. If you can gain their respect, in theory they'll be fiercely loyal to you. but that's all you kind of get. So that's the breakdown of what you guys can get over the course of the day, trying to gather information on all of the crews in general. If you want to try to get any more information at that point, it'll kind of be one of those things where you're going to have to focus on just one group and try to spend the day either going to all the different shops and trying to listen and see what you can do to get any more information on that crew or whatnot. But that's about as much as you think you're going to get, given that Norin decided to roll 2. Thanks, Norin.
We didn't find out anything about our creepy child's.
The child's assess. Sorry, I meant to as well. Again, they're
on a boat. So
they're on the boat. So I just
we're creeping around the island. Like it would be fair that we didn't find anything out about them.
You actually find out quite a bit. Every jobs posting boards says, "Hey, we're looking to sell off our ship. We have a crew that can pilot anything from a warship to a rowboat. They can go through anything. They have the manpower and the ability. They can cover any role. They're a full functional ship, and they are looking to sell off their ship, buy rare and exotic goods, travel to other places where they can trade off these rare and exotic goods, and then trade or gather up money, make a huge profit, and then buy a phenomenal ship of their own in like a year or 2. So they're looking for kind of an extended job that's going all about. Really, there's no port that won't be beneficial to them. They're capable, if need be, of splitting up and just taking, the best of the best and letting, because again, they have a crew that can crew a warship, and you guys know a warship takes like 40 people to pilot it. So, a warship, a galley, anything like that, you're looking at like at least 40 crewmen. So they've got numbers, and they have every officer role and skill expertise available.
Nice. Very nice.
For sake of being, just so that we can make it a little easier, we can touch on, and we'll have time if anybody wants to spend time specifically talking to each other or going about, we can. But since you just got here, we're going to say you guys are all kind of meeting up right after dark, getting a meal in the Dragon's Anchor. Yeah, sorry, Dragon's Anchor. So you're all kind of gather up together. Norn pretty much tells you, he's like, well, nobody really seems, for some reason, people seem to be superstitious around me. Don't really know what that means, but really couldn't put my ear to the ground on this one today. I didn't get much information at all, but, you guys kind of discuss amongst this. The information I just told you is kind of what everybody gets. Not every single one of you studied each one of the camps. You kind of split off and like, you go listen to that one, I'm going to check out this.
Piece it all together.
And you kind of piece it all together, so now you all have the same notes that I just told you all. And you can kind of discuss amongst yourselves what you want to do with the 26th. You're like, well, tomorrow, instead of spending half the morning discussing how we want to go about it, we can look into stuff. Now, the options are you can each separate off and try to do a crew. If you do that and spend the entire day trying out one crew by yourself, it's one roll, and that kind of gets you your information for the group. So you roll once, and if you roll low, which we all do, you may fail. But as you saw right there, even though Norn rolled 2, you guys still succeeded and got lots of information. So the more bodies you put on one task, the more you make that group task the entire group, the better your odds are going to be. So you can all focus and take time and be like, let's go check out this group. Let's go check out this group. So you, at this point, you really can't just get more generic information on the crews, but you can pick a crew to go investigate, or if you want, you could always split off and do like 2 groups, but you have time. There are 10 crews here right now, from what you're seeing. Worst case scenario, more crews show up, and then you just, can figure it out. But the other thing you can do is you can also start to look into solo officers and crewmen, see what kind of information you can get from that. You did see that there was postings on some of the job boards, but you didn't really go too in depth. You more so just looked at anything that had to do with crews. But the 3 of you are back at the room, and you can discuss amongst yourselves what your thoughts are on who you'd like to get to know more about.
Well, quiz. Do you have any opinion? Who would be the best crew so far?
I was thinking, kind of pick from each one. I think just getting the one crew from that ship would be easy, but I think we could probably do better if we just picked from each place one that would be best fitting for the whatever role we're looking for.
That idea, but is there a chance that we are bullying the weakest link at that point?
There's a chance.
And there are lots of people who aren't in these crews. So if you want to just go through, you can go through, because from what you kind of got, a lot of these crews are kind of set on like, well, we're this crew.
Right.
So you could try to poll and just be like, hey, I want you to join us. I will let you know. The people who are willing to leave their crew are also listed in the solo officers and solo crew. So if you go and start investigating that, you'll see who's like going like, oh yeah, I'll join you guys. So.
I like the idea of multiple people, specialized, rather than one crew. Gorak?
I definitely like both ideas. I think getting the crew would be super convenient now, especially since they already have their own separate agenda and wouldn't necessarily be horning in on our overall goal. So we can take them along for a little while, keep who we need, or ask other people to stay along, and then as soon as they're ready to go on and trade out and go and buy their ship, they'll be gone, and we won't have to share the greater portion of our treasure with a whole entire crew.
Norrin will kind of speak up and goes, well, really it's the dilemma of how you want to do it. A crew is a functioning machine. It already works, in theory.
They know each other?
No.
They've already worked together?
They have loyalty to each other. They know the ins and outs and the workings of each other. So you have that. You already have, in theory, a well-oiled machine. Granted, we're also looking at 9 out of 10 of these crews don't have a ship. So how good of a crew are they really?
Yep, there's definitely that question to be asked.
Granted, until
Were they just not good enough?
a week ago, we didn't have a ship. We were just
Also
kind of
true.
there. So if something were to... I mean, technically, we don't have a ship right now.
But I
Saw
could see
one
not
guy's head explode.
getting a crew that sinks ships.
Yeah. But we saw one guy's head explode
Yeah, that was-
after
that was
watching a
pretty
bunch of
crazy.
illusions. That could be illusion as far as we know. There could literally be a big light spell on here. And they just stole our battle blimp and we're just chilling while they're taking it off somewhere. Maybe we don't have a ship. I don't think that's the case, but who knows?
True that?
I can
You have
find
that.
out for you.
You weren't there when we saw the guy's head explode.
No, that
If
was-
that's
that
an
was
actual
the-
thing. I don't.
But I can go find out for you whether or not we still have a ship.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe tomorrow morning throughout the,
It may take a little walk.
or if you, yeah. Secondly, so on the one hand, you're getting a well-oiled machine. If we pick and piece things together, well, and then there's the drawback. If you get a crew, they're loyal to each other, and then you're kind of on top of that. Do they care about net? You know, is he gonna do something that upsets them, and then suddenly we have mutiny on our hands? Picking up a crew probably increases the chance of mutiny and stuff like that.
I'd say severely.
Now the other problem is, on the other hand, if you pick and piece things together, you're kind of
Bunch of strangers.
making a puzzle. They're going to be much more loyal to the crew. You're probably going to see less chance of mutiny, but at the same time, you may have pieces to different puzzles that you're trying to put together, and you'll find halfway through it, or the first time a hurricane hits, that these puzzles don't know how to come together, or the pieces don't know how to come together to get you through a tough spot. So, you know, that's the two different things.
If we can assemble a hand-picked crew before we hit the air, the water, whatever we are hitting, then we can do team building.
We did this
Yeah, that's
thing
it.
where they
Something.
did the
I like
two trees, and you tie the ropes,
Right.
and then you
Trust,
tie
trust,
the ropes,
trust fault and
Right.
stuff.
and you have like 10 people, and you have 10 holes, and you all have to go through a different hole.
Yeah,
That one's a good.
like that.
You done that one? Any of you guys ever?
Yeah. I've
It's
heard
interesting. Because you've got like a little hole and it's like this big, and you're like, okay, Gorak, you sneak through that bottom one, and then it's like that one you can't. I'm like, Quiz, come here. Just throw you through
It's
it.
through.
Because I mean, you got to get a couple bigs, but you have to save room for a couple bigs, and
Like
It's
trial
fun.
and problem solving.
yeah.
We could do that. Get everybody drunk enough, and they'll be down for anything.
I can say that I didn't do well with gathering much information, aside from the fact that I believe, and my personal thought would be interesting to look into the simic scientists.
Yeah, of course.
Naturally.
People already think I'm one of them. If I share beliefs with them, we're getting a well-oiled machine that may also be loyal to my ideology. You know, if you guys trust me. If not, I can just, you know, go fuck myself.
Wait,
We all know my opinion on the matter.
I was waiting for it.
You, and I'm sure others like you, are just as terrifying and useful. So, they are a good option. They would potentially listen to you.
No reason to not investigate.
Why was they not listen to Net? I think they could listen to Net.
I'd listen to that. I vouch for that.
He's a good
Decent to that.
person. I have an idea for gifts for him. So, hopefully he
You
will.
see, he's reading through his book. He kind of like pretend, and just tries to pretend like he didn't like perk up for a second. Like, wait, what? What's the gift?
will be a great captain. He already is. So,
But that would be my thought. Is just, and that's 100% based on the fact that they seem to be the only ones who won't be against me. Then again, on the other hand, there's a reason why everybody seems to not be super trusting of me on this island. So maybe there's a reason we should not be super trusting of them.
maybe there is something that the Simics have done. Are they a full crew? Do we know? Full 20 plus or somewhere, maybe?
Not really sure on the numbers. You guys don't know numbers of anyone. To get numbers, you're going to have to actually do like a full day investigation on just that one crew.
We can try them, and if we are going off of the same ideology, we could try the failures, because performers might be more willing to follow Captain Nick.
It's true.
As a bending.
I'm gonna need to kind of. Yeah, I mean they seem very interested in my performance. They seemed excited to watch me, and I felt like they were pretty open book to me. It's not a bad thing.
Well, half and half. You will have cynic scientists and a bunch of performers. What could go wrong?
I mean, but then there's also that if we separate a crew and we try to pull like half of them, because honestly, right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8-ish members. We already have like 8 members. Ship only really holds 30, so we'd have to split off a crew possibly, unless we want to look at. I mean, if we had opportunity. If we did like the Children's of Seth, we could possibly look at one of the extra-dimensional hulls that they had for sale. I don't know if they'd be willing to pay for something like that, but we could bring more people. Really just kind of, I mean, we don't have necessarily money, but if we could come up with that, we could then hold more people. But right now we're really just, we can hold 20, 21 people. So if we're going to go and pull half of this crew and half of that crew, are we getting the loyal half, or are we getting the disloyal half? And then are those two halves of the crew going to go together?
Right.
Are the performers going to like people who, no offense, Norm, but cut on themselves and graft weird shit to them? Which is what I heard.
Every offense, Norrin. I'm just kidding you. Norrin, you are great.
It's like, honestly, I still remember how wide your eyes got when I pinned that first guy to the wall.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
I still remember that moment very vividly.
these ones are stronger than that one was.
Nice.
You see, he kind of arms folded, like flexes his arms, and you see he's got his arms folded, and then he's got these 2 little arms underneath folded, and they just kind of all like flex a little bit. You see the rippling.
And tentacles just kind of
They all kind of separate a little bit. Yeah, just twisted. But Ned will speak up because, sorry, he sets down his book. There's a lot that I still need to learn about these books. About the ship, and if we get a skilled crew, I don't want to be standing there and be like, hoist the mizzen mast, and then going, mizzen mast is already hoisted. You know, does our ship even have a mizzen mast? I don't think the balloon does. But anyway, he flips it over. It's like, I was reading the wrong book. Cool. Anyways. I'm going to focus on trying to make sure I don't do that in front of them, and that I can put on an air, so I just need to learn the lingos. So that's what I'm really trying to focus on now. Until then, I'm going to stay here, so I trust most of you fully, and the rest of you I trust pretty much fully, as close as I can. I think you'll all come up with the best option for us, and if I feel comfortable with this, I will join you the next few days. But what do you guys want to focus on? One specific crew? Do you want to? We can do a vote on who we want to focus on, or do you guys want to also just scout out and see what kind of solo crew is available and do some generic scouting for that and get just the baseline? And then we can start looking at that. I mean, there's a good chance that any crew out there is going to be like a crew like ours, where, you know, we have a cook, but not really a cook.
Right.
You do well.
I can make
I'm
food.
happy.
That is
You
it.
can make food,
Right.
but no offense, what you could do with that and what Gazebo is doing are night and day.
Oh, absolutely.
Not to mention also, you know, maybe a cook has special things, supplies, a brewer's kit,
I'd like that. That'd be
things like
nice.
that.
That would be very nice.
It wouldn't be bad. I know there was a few times where we had rough days, Gazebo pulling out libations. Definitely helped with calming everybody down. But do we want to throw out some crew names and investigate the crews more fully, or do we want to try to get a feel for what kind of solo pirates and sailors are available?
I'm down to do either. The only things that I have written or have interest in is checking a little bit more about the engineers, those creepy childs of Seth, and then maybe investigating more about those seeker creepers.
Secret keepers.
The secret keepers.
Yeah, secret creepers. Yeah, I wrote it down. I wrote about that.
Screepers creepers.
Scraping.
No, that was creepy. It's creeper.
Keepers.
Creeper. I need to figure out what's going on with that.
You know that they have a really good defense
Yeah,
up.
it's like they have an incredibly good security system for a place that nobody's going to be stealing from.
Makes
I
you
believe-
curious.
I believe they've been keeping their secrets.
And then like there was one place where you could tell that you could walk in and there's literally a guard just like sitting there, and there's two tents side by side, and like the wires all go through, and there's one place where there's two things, one guard standing there, and somebody walks by and he's like nods to him, and then he just takes this leaf and just sits back down, and you're like, that's like a good 15 foot, like the only way to enter in is just smooth dusted sand. Looks like they're keeping it up, and they just wipe all the footprints, and they're just watching. You're like, yeah, like I could get in there, but it would take an entire day of trying.
We've got Zays.
But yeah, in your general thing, you're like, wow, these guys they're good. They've got their bases covered.
And again, those are the only specifics that I were thinking of. I'm not against anybody else's ideas because that's only 3 of the 10 groups of people that we're looking around at, not counting any other assorted individuals.
Well, I mean, I think that's kind of how it's going to work. Is we'll just say like, these are my 3, these are my 3, these are my 3, and see what lines
I
up.
definitely thought of something that was going to look like something like that.
Yeah, and then just be like, oh, cool. So and then at that point we don't have to vote. If there were, let's call it 3. If there were 3 that you guys had to specifically investigate, what would they be?
I got you right there. The engineers, them already weird children of Seth, and then the secret keepers.
They're so random.
Yeah, it's almost like different cultures all showing up on one island.
Son of a bitch.
No, ransom. Your pick is ransom.
Oh, the ones that I chose?
Yes.
I feel like the more, it makes sense, because like, okay, cool. These guys are like my background. These guys are just a really good option, and this guy creeped me out, and I'd like to know more about it.
Right. That makes sense. For me, I'm curious about the simic scientists.
Did you hear the basics of all of them? I don't know if you're listening to the group. Okay, yeah.
The simic scientists? Again, I think that the failures are a good option. And I'm stuck between another two. But if I has to pick,
Maybe you don't. We can suss it out. I don't think we have any set rules on this game.
kinds of between Sabotage and the Eternals, we've gotten not a lot of information about them. But
Did you hear his description of them? Oh. Well, so you,
Pretty much undead.
undead?
Yeah.
So like not
Skeletons
needing
and
to
zombies.
eat, or
No, there's skeletons and zombies, but they're
you saw at least one ghost.
and a ghost, but they're acting like normal people.
normal
It's odd.
people.
Well, what Hila said, I'm pretty sure undead people don't use supplies in the same way that we would otherwise need.
Right.
Also,
Probably have different motivations for loot and what have you.
they also
Right.
probably don't necessarily, from what I know, they don't like sleep, and so I mean, they may work harder. From what you were saying, they also clearly play hard. Usually, people who play hard, anybody who can jokingly spill whiskey, probably has a little bit of coin.
Set each other on fire.
Anybody who has coin is definitely, successful.
Well,
Sorry, and you said Eternals or Sabotage?
Sabotage. They, from what little I understand, they can be, I would guess, loyal, brutal, strong,
They got a big scary shark guy running around.
I think that once we start looking at underwater locations to explore, that they can be a great asset.
Oh yeah.
Sort of patrolling or acquiring other treasure as we explore shrines or whatever it is. Plus, I mean, sharkmen and
That's really cool.
lizard folk, they are formidable opponents. Could be formidable crew.
It's absolutely true. What would you say?
I was most interested in the. Is it engineers?
Engineers.
And
We are in a battle blood.
the bolts? Never underestimate kobold.
Mickey perks up.
I'm sure he'd be tempted.
And
So bold to go bold.
so
I was trying to decide a name for them. It was actually kind of funny because they wrote kobolds and then just crossed out cold and wrote the.
yeah.
It's like, yeah, the bolts.
Yeah. The balls can be very loyal.
And the Semnic scientists, like you said, for the underwater stuff. They might be a little creepy and freaky, but I don't think they're gonna be like the faceless or the secret keepers.
The more we understand about them, the less freaky they may seem. The bending.
Or maybe just find out exactly how freaky they really are.
Right, that is true. But again, we have an in with Noran.
Potentially.
Potentially. And if people are superstitious about them or keep their distance from them, they might be kinds of fun to have on our battle to really kinds of keep those that are superstitious remember the Betty White and kinds of steer clear.
The other thing with that though too is their tents and their setup is like partially oceanic. They're set up right at the shore. It looks like they have stuff set up in the water. So
They need to be submerged.
I don't know if they need to be, but maybe they prefer it. So once you get in a battle blimp, if you're spending days and days up in the air, they may. I mean, just that's my.
I can make them a
Trying to
pool.
make them a down. Just trying to consider a downside.
Give me a they. I can give them an entire pool room.
Yeah, the problem with that is the weight.
We also, I mean,
We have to-
we're gonna have to be down and about it anyway because we got the living hole. So we're gonna have to be dipping into the water anyway.
If we are, I mean, she was talking about because she can also just water it daily.
Yeah. See, so I mean, it's all that say, babe, we're good, right?
Yeah. But
Well, it's good.
not
It's-
necessarily filling up an entire.
Hopefully-
filling up the whole.
I think maybe it's good. We got to convince them that it's good.
Right.
I think that it's good.
I think
but
it's
don't-
more of going over the
But I don't have.
hull and just.
But I don't have to live in water or do any of those things. So,
Hopefully,
I don't have to
the
either.
water.
so I guess
will
my
be a
opinion
deal
doesn't
breaker.
matter.
Personally, I do like the idea of the engineers,
Yeah.
but I also like the cynic scientists
Yeah.
because I mean they're both just engineers. Just one uses a different thing. And then, I mean, you guys know how I feel about beasts. Sabotage does sound interesting. And then I know Amanita is definitely interested in the failures. Probably a little interested in the children, the childs of Seth as well.
If we would just want one crew, that would be the ones I think we should get.
Zasimix,
The child of Seth.
the childs.
Child's. Yeah, I think children, but it's the child's and it's weird.
Childs of Seth.
They're like, no, child's, not children.
Child.
Like, okay.
Also, did you see the flyers they put up? Seth is spelled with 4 S's. They're the childs of Seth.
No.
That makes sense to me.
So,
4 S's in Seth, or just
Yes.
4 S's across it.
Seth, 4 S's in Seth.
Okay.
Seth.
Child's of Seth. Okay. Okay, cool.
Does anybody
Snake,
train in
snake.
religion?
Nope. I'm definitely not. I don't know about anybody else. I am
No.
bad at it.
Norin is.
Crap.
History.
That's a 3. So Norin's sitting there just thinking on his ear. Which is funny because he was the one who said it.
Yeah.
So obviously it didn't click with him, which makes sense.
Childs of Seth. Why is he using they would be the best crew option?
They already perform and function together. They know each other. They know how they work together. They're also, like it's been brought up before, the biggest chance of mutiny. If our amazing leader, Netlock, doesn't show he's fully capable of controlling them, they might not stay under control.
And so you like that?
As far as a crew goes, an effective crew, they're probably the best. But I think they also have the biggest risk.
They are the only crew with a ship.
They're right. They're trying to sell their ship
Right.
and move on to get more stuff, and then get a different ship. So I think that, from my perspective, I think that they're the best because they already have another. They already have another separate mission in mind.
We're
So
just
we
a
don't-
stepping stone.
We're just an intermediary.
Yeah. Until they take over our battle blimp and then come back here and try to sell it, say that they're looking to get money together so that they can.
There's
could-
the Betty Gray
They could try.
or the Betty
They could-
Saffron.
They could certainly try. now, that was weird.
The balloon with the child, so it says the ship Seth and his childs. Can you get me anything?
Anything?
Just anything soda. Not
Anything?
Like don't bring like a
Grab you
thing
anything?
pickle. Just a soda. Any soda.
Wouldn't happen to have a.
Anybody else?
There's a few more. Yeah.
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 I'll take a.
You know what?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to my bottle opener, but
Oh,
it
that's
ran
it.
off somewhere. I had it.
Chris, you want anything?
Oh, I'm good, thank you.
Way too much sugar for the day.
You want one or two, Dave?
I'll take one for now. So, I feel like
Thanks, sir.
our overlap is on Trials of Seth, Simic, and the engineers, mostly.
Yeah, I think they are great to investigate further.
Yes, I would say that is where the overlap is. The overlap it seems to lie.
So, that being the case, if you had to choose one of those, which one would you throw dice at?
So,
Yeah, condom holder.
If you had to choose one, which one would you say? Gorak?
I'd say probably the engineers, because I think that we would have the most to offer them off of that without having any sort of financial benefit immediately. We got a cool, awesome ship that would probably they might be interested in just coming in, like hanging out and flying.
True.
that is true.
Yeah. You have to choose between the Childs, the Simic, or the engineers.
Mostly I'm just curious about the Simics. I think I would like to investigate them as soon as possible, just on a timeline basis. Learn about them before they skedaddle.
They have a pretty good setup there.
They're very
So
camped out.
they're kind of the encampment doesn't seem like none of the encampments look like they're necessarily ready to pull right now, but they could be. But I'm thinking you'd have a day or two's notice if a camp started breaking down. Like these are pretty substantial.
Well, I also agree that Gorak's reasoning is pretty solid as well.
But you said Simic was what were you thinking if you had to do engineers, the Childs, or the Simic? Simic.
I think my vote would be for the engineers. My least favorite, I suppose, would be the Simniks. Sea folk could do flying around through the air, I wouldn't do too well.
That's also true.
I mean, yeah, I was a sea folk. I just kind of got us in the blimp. Kind of helped kill the Illithid.
Yeah, tentacles just coming out of an airship.
Also,
Nothing weird there.
I was one of the, from what I saw,
No mercy.
I was one of the people who also didn't blast half of you guys. Made sure that that bubble of darkness, I could put it right on everybody. But I kind of thought about who was around.
What exactly are you trying to say?
He's like looking at Nat.
Right. What exactly are you trying to get at?
I just remember watching his dagger bouncing as he laughed.
I was...
That dagger does a lot better things when he's not laughing.
That is true. I saw many colors and zones, and so it was hard for me to focus.
You were kind of a shit show. I'm not necessarily focusing on that.
It was...
You made
totally
a
not
unicorn. You also became a plant.
Was it? That was incredible.
It was a weird situation. I'm just saying, I just...
And is still blue.
One thing that
Yeah,
I
still.
learned, even though we
What was that?
do this stuff to each other you know, friendly
Just pop-
fire
just pop
is
the hammer.
anything but.
Right. No, try to avoid friendly fire, for sure.
I mean, I could see myself saying my most interested would be the CIMIC. My second would be the engineers. If I had to rank them, CIMIC, engineers, and then the Childs of Seth. Amanita. So, yeah, definitely engineers. Engineers, then the Childs, and then probably something else.
It's like maybe like who knows, right?
So, start with the engineers. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so we can take our day and see what we can't find out about the is it engineers.
Perfect.
What we know of them now is that they have a camp set up right on the back of my sheet of paper. It's the
It's hiding.
it'll be the Quartz Blessing, and the Quartz Blessing is the ship upgrades, where they upgrade all the like powerful like weapons, and then it's also the Draken Blades. So it's Quartz Blessing, Draken Blades, and then next to it is Draken Scale Armorer. They seem to be there working with those crews, so we know they're posted up there. I know you were talking with some like lords and stuff up there. If you want to play that in at all,
Yeah,
we could possibly do that.
absolutely. That is pretty
Get
easy.
more information. You know about building and stuff like that. I don't know if you could do anything with that. But yeah, we can consider that for tomorrow. I'm gonna probably call it a night. Try to get up early. You're gonna get up early anyway, so
Always.
see if I can't get to bed now and catch up with you in the morning. And then Nora will go to bed.
Sure. Go to bed.
But you guys are in the room. You can discuss whatever you'd like amongst yourself.
The engineers will be good.
I reckon I'm going to call it a day too.
Are you going to go on a walk?
Ela will just continue reading her book on Moot.
Absolutely.
But she'll want.
No, she'll be fine.
Do you want to go and look for your ship? Yeah. Give me a stealth check.
Like those 24? No, 27.
Is that 15?
Yeah. Again.
And then give me an investigation.
And a 19.
What does that give you?
16 and 3 is a 19.
Oh, 19. I thought you rolled an 18. 19. Yeah, your ship appears to be in hullworks. The balloon is fully deflated, and you're watching at this point there. It's just being stripped down still. They're pulling away, and you can see these almost like large vats where they have these large boards that are like soaking in water, and you see like little bits of vines and stuff like that, and they're bringing out different boards. About at a point you almost even see kind of like this green shimmer as like a board just kind of starts to appear out of like nowhere and be placed into one of these big, long, like soaking tubs.
Sweet.
Guess they're doing it then.
Just reading.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn in for the night too. I don't have anything to do with the rest of today.
Absolutely. The 26th day comes early in the day. Korak, you receive a message. You kind of wake up to a sound in your head, and at first there's a bit of panic because you think that it sounds like it's a voice in the room. Then you realize that it's magically coming to you. You've dealt with the talk rocks before, so you understand that you can reply to this message. But you'll hear from Lord Quinn. Gorak, we've not heard from you guys. You're wondering how the ship's going and how you guys are doing. What's going on?
Well, personally, I'm like super unsettled because I thought that like we were out of range of any of that kind of stuff. And then I wouldn't respond in any kind of way immediately. And I would go and find whoever we were with and tell them what's
Everybody except for maybe Ela is in the room at this point. I don't know, do you go out for breakfast, or you know now the breakfast gets brought to the room?
Yeah, breakfast gets brought to the room, but earlier in the day, she's gonna try and go out. Yeah, she would have taken a walk for the.
Quizzes are there at the crack of dawn.
Yeah.
And that's kind of around the time that you're getting this message. I mean, you guys are all getting up pretty early, so.
You'll have already been up and walked out. She might be coming back around that time, but.
So I would just be letting anybody know who listened is like somehow or some way or another we are still in contact with the crew from the Black Betty. So I just got a message from Orlin. Honestly curious as to why she chose to reach out to me and inquire as to our status. But honestly, that was the only part of the question, is just seeing where we're at and what was going on. Didn't really seem to be any sort of animosity or accusation that we had ran off, just kind of wondering what happened.
Anita said, well, she reached out to me as well, like I told you guys, but I didn't reply. So maybe that's why. She's using a sending spell, so there's not really a range on that. Pretty much she can send it to anybody. Or in theory out of reach of the control of whatever that thing was, but definitely not out of range of a sending spell that can.
Well, that's at least good to know, but it's also not totally reassuring because that means that whatever is controlling those poor things on the rest of that ship is somehow curious as to our whereabouts.
Norn kind of, well, we did kill the guy that was supposed to become our captain. We'd stop them from wiping the M&M's brain.
Oh, I'm not questioning that in any kind of way at all, and honestly I figured that maybe the tone of her messages would be a little bit more agitated, but it does not appear that that's the case, so it just leaves me kind of curious.
What I know of that thing...
Because same as Amanita, I have no intention of responding in any kind of way.
What I know of that thing is it's cold and it's calculating. It's not angry, because anger doesn't serve it. It's just evil. But I'm guessing that means that they're interested in what we're doing. Do we want to come up with a reply? If they do reach out to us again, this is the second time now.
Well, whatever we do or do not choose to do, we can't do that here.
We can reply to them here.
We can't lie.
We can lie. I've done nothing but lie here. It's half of my game. Not to you guys, but when I'm out trying to get information. You can't take things and you can't hurt people.
Okay, take things and hurt.
You can absolutely lie to people.
Yeah, I agree. That is, you can do that. Spent
Were
the
you
whole
telling people
day.
you were a lord?
Absolutely.
And yesterday you were going around telling everybody, like, investigating the crew, saying, like, well, I just want to see how you set up camp compared to how my crew would set up camp.
Right.
But, yeah.
Yep. It works.
We got the bolds really excited.
I would say that I don't want them to give up trying to reach out to us. I would like an opportunity to help those people. We only got to know shells of them. The actual people, if they even recall or remember their time on the Black Betty, is maybe undetermined, but I believe that they are worth saving.
That is actually another thing I kind of forgot we were going to do that we talked about here, is trying to figure out if we can find information on how aberrants control creatures' minds and how to fix it. Maybe we could look for some books or some lore or anything like that.
Alexa.
But I think for today we're gonna go check out the engineers.
Well, I want to definitely help those people too, but I feel like whether we respond to their attempts at communication or not is a little bit moot, because I feel like we're gonna be seeing them sooner or later anyway, because we definitely seem to be on the same path.
Yeah, that is true. I also would like to beat them to their destinations.
It's kind of imperative.
Absolutely.
If we don't get there first, then like, what's the point?
Exactly. So if we let them wander or trail to one of these places for a little while, and then tell them falsehood. We've already been here, meet us here when we are ready. Maybe we have the upper hand and they will have nothing.
It's definitely definitely a good idea. I feel like we should come up with a little more specific of a plan for assuming whatever the next time Orphan tries to reach out and see what's going on.
Because if you try to reach out again today, she has the ability to do it multiple times, unless they're. The scary thing is unless they're doing something else already.
Okay, scary.
I mean, it's just one of those things, like, she didn't cast much, so if she's unable to reach out more than once, in theory, I mean, she's reaching out to other people, or they're
Doing
checking
other
other things.
Right.
Because sending them on a little bit of a wild goose chase doesn't sound like a bad idea at all.
Agrees.
There is also the issue too where he didn't reply. You wouldn't be able to reply at this point because there's a duration. But we openly talked about coming here for a crew,
Right.
so they could be on our heels.
I would prefer that other than them being out trying to get more tablets.
True.
Fragments.
But then we have to deal with that.
Right. Maybe next time, no matter who it is, without revealing anything, just give a response, pique curiosity, let them know we are well,
Or at least not dead.
right? Or at least not them. Let them really have to decide if they are going to follow us or pursue their goal for now.
Well, even with the communication, do we have any idea that they think that we took the ship and we didn't just lose up there and the Chronopolis people dipped off?
I'm pretty sure they can do that.
They were in communication. We won the battle, and then I put down that captain before he tried to start dominating us.
And the
That thing
Black
could
Betty
do that.
started hurting us as well
They
with the
started-
psychic pulse thing.
They did pulse us to where we hear each other. I think they're mostly trying to hurt me. But we also killed Aiken's familiar. He probably watched that happen.
I will let you get away with the word we. Absolutely.
Nora just kind of like waves his hand, and you see this little like plop of ink, and this like little octopus is sitting on the table next to him, and Noran's eyes will blacken over, and the thing's eyes will blacken over, and you can see like it's looking around like Noran's just kind of pointless, and he just closes his eyes, and it just is gone. He goes, "Yeah, I can see through."
What is its
Familiar's
name?
eye.
Norin. Surely it has a name.
Oh, he doesn't have a name on it. It's my octopus familiar. I'll have to think about that.
Of course. Well,
I just don't keep them out all the time. Super helpful in a lot of situations, but not necessarily this. It's expensive to change them.
they can get around, so I have heard.
Yeah. He has a speed of 5 feet. Which is terrible.
Oh,
but-
just like
but
in
swim.
scenes and that.
Yeah.
Articulate with things. Yeah.
Yeah. He can. No skeleton. Just gonna. I'm working on that. I'll get there one day.
Right.
So, Norin, I don't really feel like they are going to let me get much information if I go and start trying to ask questions. So I'm going to stay back. I'm just going to kind of vibe them out, see what kind of feeling I get for them, see if they're more sailors, more pirates, see if they're on the up and up.
Sure.
So Norin is going to try an insight on them because he's failed miserably at intimidation, or I mean at investigation every time. And Nita's like, I'll go in and I'll try to put on a show out front, or maybe go in their camp and see if they're interested in some entertainment. See what I can find out. What are you guys thinking?
I can take on my lady persona of nobility from the Golden Castle, which is not entirely untrue, but much more friendly than my people. And see if they are interested in the potential for treasures beyond their imagining. The chance to sail on a battle blimp. Sail, is it sailing? Fly?
Still sailing.
Sailing?
It's an airship.
Right. Yeah.
This is how they refer to it. It's sailing, not an airship.
Sailing. Perfect.
It's just depending on the humidity, the density is just a little different.
Right.
Plus, we're still gonna, again,
In the water,
dip
occasionally.
when we can.
Right.
It sounds like you guys have this covered. I'm just going to stay back.
Well, maybe on a similar kind of thing as Zila, I'm just going to try and persuade these nice engineering folk that we got a really cool opportunity that doesn't come up every day.
Now, here's an option for you as well to consider. You could attempt to go in and do like a carpentry check and just kind of show them your skills and what you're capable of doing. As well, don't forget if at any point you want to try to be like, I'd like to go and try to look for work or anything like that, you're capable of trying to score some extra gold doing work out there. You can always tie that into getting to know people, because honestly, if
Well,
a
that
ship
was
needs
definitely
some
one of
work-
the that was definitely one of the ideas that I had
Yeah.
for something else that we were
Yeah.
doing, but we're on this path already.
Okay.
So
Because you get there and you're sitting on a ship and you're hanging off a rope on the side and you're like fixing boards with another guy, you're going to find something to talk about
oh yeah,
hanging off the side of that ship for 4 hours. So, I mean, those are always options as well. And, you know, the more skilled you are, the better the jobs you're going to get. The better jobs, the better the pay. The better the pay, the better the crew. The better the crew, the better the info.
oh yeah, that was definitely one of the ideas that I'd had. But
I just want to make sure, yeah, you thought that too. But so you're going to go with a persuasion?
yeah, for this time around, persuade these nice people that we have a pretty unique and interesting opportunity.
I will tell them unlimited riches beyond their wildest dreams.
You're going with deception.
It's a half truth.
It's like, isn't deception though?
But yes.
So we just don't know totally what we're gonna find.
And quiz, you're just going to disappear.
We'll miss you, quiz.
It'll be around.
Right.
All right. Well, then let's get some rolls going for the day, and we'll kind of discuss out how we go through this. I've got Lauren and Amanita. Hey.
Shit.
Oh,
So you weren't kidding.
yeah.
Jesus. Oh yeah, we're kicking ass with the engineers.
Hopefully. Korak, what do you get?
13.
13. Total
Not
13?
great. Yeah, total 13.
Okay. Ela,
Total of 10.
total of 10.
It's fucking struggle bus, y'all.
And quiz?
Rolled el número 3.
Quiz wasn't.
Oh, you're not going to try to investigate them at all?
Wasn't there.
Oh, I thought you were going to.
Like stealth investigator?
You're not going to try to gain information on the. Is it engineer? Okay.
He's just taking a nap somewhere. It's like I did not go with you guys.
Cool. Well, then you guys go out to investigate. Is it engineering for the day?
Can we come up with nothing?
And as you're guys doing investigating that,
Suck.
what do you want to do for the day?
The first place that he went to, he went
The shop.
yep,
So you want to go to Westward's shop?
yes.
Yeah.
And walks in and is just looking around the shop. And His looks like what he looked like when he first walked in.
Now, are you going to westwards, like specific shop, or like looking around like the shops around? Because remember,
What
his
specific
is
shop?
just there's not really anything to look around. It's literally just boxes behind him and a desk.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can kind of go and
Okay. That's right.
Hey, quiz.
Good morning. I was wondering if you happen to know anybody who's selling any magic items.
Yeah. A lot of these shops around me. Depends on what you're looking for.
I'm looking specifically for something that I can understand languages. Any language. I don't need them to understand me. I need to understand them.
Oh, I know this. You're looking for. You're looking for. What is?
Something comprehension.
Helm of Comprehend Languages.
Didn't want a helmet, but comprehend languages, yes.
I mean, that's the only thing I could think of, other than like maybe you could possibly get a tattoo that'll let you cast it on yourself, but that's not going to be all the time. The helm's going to be all the time. Right. It's okay if he's wrong, because yeah, it's at will. You can cast a spell, just basically. Yeah. I mean, it's not like a huge helm. A lot of times it's like a little helm over, and then the ears kind of go over, and then when the helm hears something, it translates it kind of to you.
Battlefish.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance. Let me find dice.
Because you don't have any dice.
Right. I just had to change it. So you're in Driftwood, and you're looking for that. And yeah, I would have to pull it up, but in theory, they were. I could. Are you looking at me to go drag it up and bring it to you, or? I think it's in. I think you could go and check out at Oddities and Ends. I think is where I saw one of those.
I can go there and check myself.
Yeah.
Do some names.
Yeah, they should. That would be. I would assume that would be where it would be.
And again, thank you for your knowledge. If I steer them in the correct direction, that's 5 gold down.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Takes the gold understanding, puts it in the box. And head over to Oddities and Ends. As you're getting there, Amanita is out trying to perform, and like she's kind of walking to the to their place, and is like trying to like sing songs and play. And Gnome kind of goes, "Look, I love it. It's great. I'm trying to focus. Please, no music here. Can you move along?" She's kind of pushed off a little bit. She tries to kind of just moves around. She changes instruments, goes from a different side, tries singing a little bit. I was just kind of doing like a little dance to see if she can, and they just seem to want nothing to do with it. Norin is off trying to get a feel for this, and is just unable to really get what's going on with them. He can't really get a good sight on them. They're all going through. When he gets close, they seem to kind of stop what they're doing. I'll look at him.
Focused on their own shit.
And he's like, cool, so I can't really get a feel for what they're doing, because every time I get close enough to see what they're doing, they focus on me. Yeah, you come in and you're kind of going through. One of the guys goes, "Wonderful. What did you want to buy from us?"
Oh, potentially a crew.
You said coquette.
Ila, Keket. Yes.
And this little orb kind of floating next to him goes, "No like two little eyes, and you see it just glows. It's like no registry of family coquette in the Golden Castle." You bullshitting me?
They are nomads. Nobility nomads. They are there. But you have to be in the right circles.
Not in the right circles. Did you want to buy something?
Actually, what is it that you are selling? Other than, if you are looking for work.
Oh yeah, we're always looking for work, but we're trying to get set up here. I'm helping with enhancing armors and enhancing weaponry. It's really them that are selling it. One of the shopkeepers is like, "It's my shop." They're just kind of polishing some things up, helping us out. This shit wouldn't be nearly as good as it would be without me. But yeah, pretty much weaponry here. You're in the weapon shop.
And dragon scale armorer as well.
Yeah,
Right there.
next door. Yeah, I mean, which you might need.
Mostly weaponry here, sir. I am looking for armor, or specifically shields.
Yeah, they got some next door. All
Perfect.
different types.
Do you know of anybody, or perhaps yourself, that sell bullets or pistols,
Yeah, absolutely.
muskets?
You can purchase all that here, and you can. A lot of it goes through Court's blessing, but if you're looking for anything bigger, but yeah, we got all that here.
Here?
Yeah, that's actually kind of one of the big things we're doing. I mean, I can sharpen a blade really nice. I can put some nice polish on it, but I'm more skilled at making things go boom. But I can do that. Shopkeeper kind of walks over and goes, "Yeah, well, why don't you go get some of the supplies?" And if I were you, I'd be careful getting anybody from that crew on your ship. Word is they had a ship. They were too focused on making it more powerful, trying to create propulsion devices for it. The entire ship blew up and sank. That's why they're a half crew.
Wow. All right. Thank you.
Don't worry though, the bullets, we inspect everything, all the black powder, all the little things aren't too bad. It's just when they try to get big things going that they screw things up.
Sure. Thank you for your insight.
Oh yeah, why don't you show me what you got? And I'll come up with like a couple little like boxes. What are you looking for?
I need pistol bullets. I am interested in musket and musket bullets as well.
A full musket?
Yes.
Well, yeah. So musket bullets are going to cost you 1 gold for 20. Pistol bullets are going to cost you 1 gold for 40. And then a musket itself, you're looking at 1,000 gold.
1,000 pieces.
If you don't have 1,000 gold, we can always do it for 100 platinum.
I do have that. But if I really wanted one now, bullets, absolutely.
Pistol or musket, he'll pull them out and set a bullet. He has it, like, opens up 2 of the boxes and sets a bullet of each in front of you.
Bulls, please. Just one gold worth of each.
Just when you pull out a small little pouch, it counts in, sets 39 and sets it in front of the other bullet. Counts in 19, sets it in front of the other bullet. So you have a little pouch.
Perfect.
Closes them. He pushes the box together, and you can tell like when the boxes get pushed together, they kind of link, click together. And he walks over and sets it on the table in the back. Little orb still kind of floating around him, and it just kind of watches. It's looking at you, and you can see it's just like this silver orb that has no real like anything except for just these two little dots, and then it's just kind of like this luminescence comes from it when it talks. But it's just kind of watching you.
Weird.
At this point.
Perfect. So that was 40 for the pistol bolts. And then
You get 40 bullets for 1 gold, and you get 20 musket for 1 gold. A little bit of an upcharge. Bullets and firearms are still rare, so the game mechanics. That's good for if you're making stuff. I'd go off that cost. But if you're not making it, there's upcharge in most markets.
Or getting tags.
she'll go over to the armorer.
Okay.
Armorers.
While you're going through, coming around, trying to persuade these guys, what are you going to try to persuade them of?
Oh, what am I?
Yeah, what are you? Sorry, I thought you were thinking. You looked really like in thought. Yeah. So what are you? You're going for a persuasion.
I'm trying to persuade these guys with. Well, my first thought is you said that there was a bunch of different kinds of people running around here. I want to go try and find some dwarfy guys, and just kind of tell them about what we got going on in kind of a not too descriptive way.
Yeah. And you kind of go through and you're talking like, oh yes, you work on a ship. It's nice. How long you been doing that?
Not too terribly long. Been doing all different kinds of jobs for years, and this is just the one that's kind of come up most recently, and it's put me on a really interesting and kind of a fun path.
Yeah. So you're the bosun on this ship.
I mean,
He's kind of dwarf. He's younger. He's got a. It looks like. Give me a perception.
14.
That's enough. Cut beard, but you're noticing that little parts of the beard where like it's cut. He's not cutting it to keep it short. He's cutting it because he's cutting off singes. Is what it kind of looks like. But black beard, no gray starting to show yet, so he's less than a couple 100 years old. Pretty stout dwarf. So you're the bosun of this ship?
Yeah, we just kind of acquired it recently. Me and my small crew of compatriots, and we're just kind of setting out to see what we can't pillage from the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, it's interesting. I personally, I believe in having the skill to fix a ship, to upgrade it, to really make it shine. The engineers here, we do it all with this. We are more inclined to make magic items than have magic items make us. And you watch, he's kind of staring at your gloves. But you know what? I hope you do well in finding a crew. He kind of pats to the table, and you'll see he goes over and he starts working on something kind of less inclined to do it. Just barely missed that. Close. But
Shit.
what you guys gather of the ins is it engineering? You go over to the armor smithing shop.
They have +1 shield.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got quite a few options set up. They'll go over. So there's something specific you're looking for. They'll show out some like little round shields, some kite shields, pretty standard, like kind of bigger, bulkier shields. Something in particular that you're looking for?
I would be finding something that looks very similar to what Gorak has. If you have a particular description of your shield. Something
So like a
that
bigger,
would be a great.
like that'd be like a long kite kind of. So because it's still technically kite shield, I'd probably say because of that, but it's
sort of heraldic
long.
kind of shape to it.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that,
they'd absolutely have something like that. Beginning said, yeah, absolutely. We can get this all set for you. Is there any custom work you'd like done?
if you can engrave on it, how much would you charge for that?
The shield would be 500 gold, but we can do custom paint and engineering. We can do minor modifications as long as it's not any magical things, but we'll paint it, polish it. And you'll see the one they're showing you, it's solid. It's got like a lot of wood to it and a lot of steel accents. Little bits of like runes carved along the edge of the steel. The outer rim, like I can't do any engravings on the outer rim, but front, back I can do engravings on as long as they're not too deep, too major. We find lots of people like to put banners or ship names or ship stuff on here, a lot of flags, things like that. Crews do stuff like that, to show solidarity. So it's kind of included in it, but 500 gold will get you the whole thing all set up.
Absolutely. If you can put on that, just make sure I have it right. If you can put on there, engraved into the front, or on the inside for him, to Gorak Stoutbreaker, and they like a fire bolt kind of on their knees. That would be great.
Yeah, so firebolt, kind of like Comet, but without the rock, and then to Gorak Stoutbreaker, and it'll just kind of slide you a piece of paper.
Yes, that is perfect.
Then you can write it out.
And she will pay the 500 gold in 50 platinum.
Okay, I'll take it. So, pleasure doing business with you.
Thank
Let me know if there's any other work you're looking for.
Sure.
We're always looking for work.
Is there a time for him to pick that up, or is it just
It'll
time?
be available. Well, no, it'll be a little bit time. But yeah, we can have it done for you. If you're not in a hurry, I can have it done for you on the 28th at open of business. That way we can let things all seal it and get it. We don't seal them beforehand. The wood still needs to be sealed, but if you're going to paint it, I'd paint it and then seal it. You don't want any specific paint? You like the natural wood look?
Definitely paints. I would say kinds of reds, if we can embellish it with
Some red accent, yeah.
red accent.
Play with it, yeah. Red accent, something that plays with that firebolt.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, sure. Do that. I'll take it and jots down a couple notes. Next thing goes, cool, what's that? We do have to pay up in advance, and we'll take the gold. This is for the shield with the modifications available for you on the 28th. You will not be receiving goods today. The goods will be available on the 28th.
Agreed. Perfect.
That's a tricky one. You gotta be careful with.
You demo better make sure that it happens on the 28th.
For services ready. Yeah.
Yeah.
Our heads will be popping.
Oh, thank you.
Cool.
Seems like I forgot to do something today.
No warning. Just,
Yeah.
you gotta keep it. You gotta keep your daybook on lock.
What else would you guys like to do throughout this day? So you go into the oddities and ends. I'm trying to say odds and entities.
Odds and entities.
Oddities and ends.
Oddities and ends. Oddities and entities.
Nice. Sometimes you gotta move heavy furniture.
Moving furniture.
It's important right in the middle of the stream that all the chairs are lined up perfectly.
Right.
I suppose that. I guess not really, depending on the time of the day. Even if it's the afternoon or the evening, I'm gonna go back to the job board and see if I can't find myself something tomorrow that might get me a little less of a shitty response from some of these crews.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me an investigation or an insight, whichever is better for you. You're just trying to figure out which of these job offerings seems the best.
It's going to be insight because it's terrible. Because the other one's -1. So 10.
10? Yeah, there's a couple of jobs for you. A few ships, possibly looking for work. Just kind of will depend on who you're trying to scout out. You can tell, like, depending on where the ships are, they might have more information on, where they're going. A lot of the ships that you'd be working on. There's a couple that are docked here. There's 2 that are docked here that are looking for work to be done, and then there's one or a couple on the outside that are looking to be done. So you've got work here, you've got work here, you've got work here, you've got work here, and you've got work here right now. What was the place where you'd have work? I'm not gonna set a number because it's gonna bug me if I don't. So depending on what you guys want to scout out, it might adjust.
My first thought would be to go and see what's going on in that northeast part right there.
Yeah, at this point, you're not going to, by the time you get this all set and you talk with them, you're not going to be able to do this. This is going to be something you can check out for tomorrow.
Sick.
You're thinking at this point, any work that's being done, they already have crews for the day. You're going to want to be at Home Depot right at the beginning of the day
Hell yeah.
to pick up the work. You can't show up at like 3 o'clock looking for work.
Is that still a thing? You guys still go looking for day jobs?
I watched this video. These people got in a big fight outside of one. So apparently
for like day labor stuff.
Yeah,
that's funny. Oh.
They were throwing paint at each other,
Oh.
like buckets of paint.
That's not good.
And it was awesome too, because like the huge brawl
anybody.
shows up, and the police show up, and the neighbor's like, nobody wants to press charges. We're all good. Nothing happened. We're fine. They're all covered in paint. Paint all those places. Like nobody cares. And they're like, no, it's cool. We handle
Great.
it.
We're fine. We're totally fine.
Yeah.
Also, painted people
Buy
in their
each other
cars,
paint
no.
thinner and okay.
So you're going to go to oddities and ends.
Yes.
You go in. There'll be an elven woman. Can I help you?
Oh, yes. I was looking for basically a helm of comprehend languages.
That is absolutely something that I have. Give me a moment to go find it. And she will kind of step to the back. When she steps to the back, you can see a younger elf. Actually, kind of looks like an elven child. A little bit shorter. Just kind of comes out and is just watching over things. She'll disappear to the back for a little bit, and then she'll come over and she'll bring out a helm. It's just like a skull cap. It's got silver metal rim around it, and you can see there's 2 silver pieces that seem to like come down almost earmuff style, and then there's a cross going over the top both ways. That's silver, and the rest of it's painted black. And she'll bring that out and she'll set it out and go, this is a helm of comprehend languages. Allows the wearer to understand the languages of anything about them.
How much were you thinking of getting for it?
Something like this, we'd usually go for about 600 gold.
Make it closer to the 500 and we could have a deal.
We could do it for 5. Keep it from getting too dusty while somebody earns that extra 100 gold. You roll one first.
Okay.
It's like it pops up and it's like Gorak survival check. I was like, okay, Norn survival check. I don't know what's going on, but Norn.
It's moving stuff around
Moving
on the
stuff,
screen.
you guys
It's
can touch
Norn's
it.
doing it.
All
Just
right.
touches it. That's where I was like, fucking, I was like, how
21.
did that happen? He's not even here.
Mhm.
It's like, I know I fucked up, but damn.
7, you didn't survive.
Nope.
Sorry.
So
you
did.
guys having a fight over there or something?
That's 7 with the +4.
Yeah.
So
Ooh. But yeah, I can make 500 work.
Then 500 would be acceptable.
All right.
Tell me about, does it require attunement?
I remember. No, it does not. No, you just put it on, and the helm itself, when you put it on, you kind of focus, and it gives you the ability to understand languages. It does fall off eventually. You do have to kind of refresh it on yourself. It doesn't stay up fully. Some people find that if you keep it up at all points in times, the magic can be disorienting the way that it kind of, because you won't hear the other voices, you'll just hear them as if they're speaking your language, the way that it kind of translates to you. Sometimes there's a little bit of a slight echo after prolonged time. Some people get disoriented, so I just pop it on. Think about it when you're ready for it. It goes through. You don't have to keep it on at all times. Oh, you know what I forgot to do though? On your sheet, you're technically supposed to have this as well, but I'll get it updated. Part of the code is the pockets.
Cloak of the manta ray too?
You were given a cloak of the manta ray that was a artificer infusion, where they basically just took a little piece of cloth and they transformed it into that. And the second that you guys disappeared, they're like, nope. And so you have like a handkerchief, like a torn handkerchief now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she'll trade you for that for 500 gold.
500 gold?
Perfect. And then I gotta do this as well. Done with this. So you'll do that. Is there anything else that I can help you with for the day?
I do believe that is it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. I appreciate your business.
So would that fall under wonders or other gear?
You shouldn't have to. If you just say add items and at the top. Actually, if you give me a second, I can. I'm fixing something right now. I can just throw it on here real quick for you. Because I forgot to put the pockets on your coat. So give me 1 second, you'll update that 1 second. It should show both of those. Right side pocket. And then manage inventory, add helm of comprehend languages to your backpack for now. I'm guessing you're not going to wear it unless you need it.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, if you refresh right there, you'll see that, and you should see that you now have a left front pocket, a left side pocket, a right front pocket, and a right side pocket that function almost like a bag of holding. That are part of that. Kind of, yeah. They whatever you're looking for, it will be to the top. But the capacity is size of bag holding basically. So you purchase that. You're picking up some different things. You get your weapon or your shield order in. Is there anything else anybody would like to do before you guys gather up to discuss what you found about Is It Engineering?
Not mistaken.
So you guys all kind of come together at the end of the 26th day, and Norman will say, I honestly couldn't get anything. They still seem to be very observant. They always kind of could tell when I was getting a vibe on them, and I wasn't able to really get anything else from them.
They're looking for money. They wanted me to continue to buy things from them, but otherwise, and actually, the shopkeep at the Drakenblade, they informed me that they lost their prior ship to an explosion. They tend to try to create large weapons and propulsion units, things like that. That is how they lost half of their crew and ship. So maybe not on a battlefield.
From my small investigation, it didn't seem like they were too keen on magical anything. I definitely got looked down upon for having my carpenter's gloves. Just kind of besmirched. The dwarf I talked to didn't seem to like them very much. Kind of implied that I was some kind of dummy. I mean, I am, but that's a different story. That guy doesn't know me.
Right.
You have the right tools for a job that needs to be done. I don't think that makes you a dummy at all.
Your dice told the story. It was just my words. So.
Yeah, I get it.
No such luck, then, it seems.
Nope.
Well, I mean, if they're blowing up ships, might not be the best option for us.
Yeah,
I
that
didn't get the feeling from them that they were too interested in anybody that I saw was interested in being a crew on a ship, on our ship.
I think they are trying their hardest to mooch off of the dragon skill operations and the outfitting of ships. They might find themselves a forever home here. And that would suit them well.
Especially if they're in the habit of blowing their ships up.
Yes, you are right.
Yeah. I think 8 magic items for them. That was fun.
You're welcome.
Damn dice rolls. I rolled a 1 and a 5.
Yeah, well, our dice were not on our side.
Yeah. Dice tell a story. Apparently, they don't want Is It Engineering on your ship.
That's a good thing. Chris decided, no, I'm not going to be here for this one.
Right.
If you would have got it though, there's a difference between. So total failure is when every single person fails, and that's what we were at. Failure gets you a little more information than the total failure, but as of now, that's what you guys ascertain from it. Is it engineering?
I would like to attempt to do some shopping before the end of the day.
You can do that before you guys like gather up together. Yeah.
Just wanted to stop at oddities and ends.
Yeah.
Just kind of random trinkets, seeing what they got.
What specifically are you looking for? She has lots of stuff tucked away. She has boxes with things in it, and there's a lot of stuff going on.
Very important. Looking for something to increase intelligence in a friend of mine.
You're looking for like a headband of intelligence?
Asking for a friend.
Yes,
No, something
I wonder
could do
who.
for you.
that would be wonderful.
Yeah. Normally a headband of intelligence goes for 1,000 gold.
1,000 gold pieces.
Yeah. It's one of the most commonly sought after things here. Every captain on every ship wants one.
That is fair. I'm also looking for an insignia of claws. Something
Yeah.
like that.
No, weren't you looking for one of those the other day?
I was looking for one down south.
With Oddities and Ends is south.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Oddities and Ends is part of the Driftwood Tradery. You can go to the north to the map. The north is the 22 Northside Traders.
For some reason, I thought the Tradery and Oddities and Ends were different places. That's my bad.
Driftwood Tradery is like a bunch of shops.
Gotcha.
Oddities and Ends was
Part of
One
it.
me
of those
making it
shops.
more difficult for myself because I couldn't just let it all just be the Driftwood Tradery.
Fair enough.
Instead, I had to randomly start adding shops to, and I turned my store that I had all planned out into a mall.
That's all good.
On a whim.
Totally, yeah.
Just
Just
I
on
had an
board.
idea and it
Yeah.
just
Perfect.
I had it all drawn
Gained
out.
a
and I
life
don't
of its
know-
own.
We're playing, and I was like, oh yeah, no, it'd be his mom's shop, and his mom's shop would be separate than his shop because why?
Absolutely clear.
You could just have an office in the
Um,
Driftwood Tradery, but no,
right.
he had to have his own shop.
So pretend like I didn't ask the same store the same question, and instead
Went to the Northside Traders.
eventually she'll go up there, but she'll ask the Oddities and Ends
Okay.
if they have anything like a wand of healing.
A wand of healing. I do not have a wand of healing. I have some healing potions. Unfortunately, lots of things like wands of healing, staffs of healing disappear rather quickly. As again, they're
Naturally.
very desired on the seas.
What about a burl of power?
Power. Yes, I have one of those.
Alright. Those I can work with. Maybe something that enhances eldritch power. Rather the Pact Keeper? Potentially.
I have a very, very, very nice one. And then I have a pretty nice one, but I don't have any basic ones. How much does this person like to bond with their god?
Oh, I've seen them practically change their entire body in their image.
She'll go over and she'll pull out a chest and she sets it out and she opens it up. And you can see it's got 3 slots in it. One of them's empty. A little bit of dust, and you're seeing this really nice black rod that has gemstones in it and looks really, really nice. And then past that, you're seeing a rod that looks like it's almost actually made out of solid onyx that has other gemstones and diamonds in it, and then adamantine bands kind of reinforcing it, and it just seems to glow with like black energy. The other one has a little bit of dust on it. You actually look around it, and the velvet around this looks like the dust has been absorbed. And she goes, I have 2 fine packs. Just depends on. Are you still shopping for friends?
Yes.
Maybe determining how much you like your friend.
That is kind of where I'm at. I'm worried that these are particularly out of my budget at the moment.
Depends on what your budget is.
Friends.
This bottom one goes for 7,500 gold. And this top one goes for 7,500 plat.
Oh god.
Well, hard pass.
The one below it,
Hard
I don't have right now,
Hard
would be
pass.
7,500 silver. But that's the one that everybody can afford. Unfortunately, right now I don't have it.
Is that fair?
You could always check with the Northside traders. They have things I don't.
Of course.
You're going to be here for a little while still?
Yes.
I'll put it on your list. Claw of the insignia of the claw, and a rod of the pack keeper, cheap version.
Cheap version.
Yes. Least expensive. Semantics.
Most
Anyway.
most efficient.
No,
Come on.
this is fine. If I was buying it for a friend, well, I have friends, and I also am still selling these.
But
I wouldn't give one of these to my friends.
that's fair.
I don't have friends who have weird gods either, though. Sorry.
That is also good, I guess. Say, for the headband of intellect and the burl of power, could I talk you down to maybe 1250 gold pieces for the pair?
Give me persuasion.
Fucking
That might still be it.
no.
'Cause I know where my upcharge is. What is it?
It's a 9
A 9.
because I'm better at deceiving than persuading.
Did I hear
How
a 9 in
about-
there?
How about 1350?
1350.
1350 works for me.
Agreeable. Alright. That is
I'm just saying,
1350.
Whoever you're putting on, is this for your captain?
It is.
Do you want to get him a nice hat?
Yes.
Throw him a nice hat. No, and she'll like point at. There's like some hats that are like folded, like triangle hats and stuff like that. She kind of goes. She goes, most captains don't want you to realize they're wearing a headband of intellect. So she'll set the intellect down, and she go, "What fits his motif?"
He is a celestial being. He has red hair, supposed to have angel wings. White feathers.
How about the gray one, and there's like a velvet or like a gray felt, almost looking like leather hat. That's the triangle hat, and it's got a black feather. She's like, I can put a white feather on that. She'll go and she'll take it up. She'll like pull the feather and she'll put a white feather into it and sets it down. And then she goes, and he has red hair. She'll go and pull out 2 red scarves. This one.
That one.
She'll take it and she lays it down. She goes, so you put on the headband, you pull the handkerchief over it, hat on top. No one's the wiser. Captains don't like you to know that they're magically figuring out how to do their jobs. Captain has to come off bold and seem like they know what they're doing.
Of course.
I'm pretty sure this is why most captains wear hats.
Makes
You're
sense.
probably right. That would be my guess as well.
Reasonable
It's like, we'll
supposition.
include all that for
Well, I would. I don't know what the
1350.
fuck. So.
the headband of intellect
Yeah,
on the
it's like,
back.
it's like, come
Right?
on, like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Like, if I, come on, please work.
It's like, what the fuck is wrong with this thing?
Hate to see what
It's
happens
like,
when you
it's
take
like,
that
dude,
thing off.
I got nothing to work with here. Okay.
Just straight drool.
That is wonderful.
Yeah.
I will base it. Thank you.
Wonderful. When you guys will
Exchange.
exchange
The money.
the money.
1350
1350
gold, which is
135.
130 platinum and
435 platinum.
135 platinum. There it is.
That's math.
135 platinum.
Decimals. They're tough.
Ematics.
Perfect.
And I will keep an eye out for the two things you are looking for.
Sure.
You know?
I enjoy your business greatly, so thank you.
Of course.
And yeah, call it good for shopping on that.
Cool. Give me a perception as well from you.
Perception. You know I'm good at those. Oh, I mean 17.
You will notice as you arrive there, you saw Quiz for a second, but then he seemed to just kind of disappear off. But he was, because he was at Oddities and Ends towards the end of the day. You showed up towards the end of the day. You kind of show up and then you're kind of looking around and seeing stuff and realizing you're going to have to go there and you're like, oh, Quiz is over in there. And you're like, yeah, I know these other places are going to have a headband. Quiz isn't over there anymore. But
As per the usual.
just to, if you want to. But yes, so you do your shopping. You guys get back. You discuss the is it engineering, and they may have blown up a ship, and they seem to be way too much or too focused on upgrades and not as much on maintaining the ship. In theory, maybe that's just what you get for a total failure. Maybe that's actually the truth.
Right?
Who knows? Other than me, I know.
Certainly hope so.
Goreg, sorry, Norin as well. Yeah, I think I personally don't want to blow up.
Doesn't sound like the greatest time, no.
So, tomorrow, thoughts? What were the? Does anybody change their mind on what we're thinking of? I mean, I know some of us are thinking the Simnic scientists. Some of us were thinking the sabotage. Some of us were thinking the
CF.
Childs of Seth.
Childs is.
Might not be a bad idea to talk to them early too. If they're gonna want to find a crew and then fence stuff.
That is true.
You know, if they're going to try to sell off an entire ship before they load on, it could take them 10, 15 days to do that while we're team building.
Right.
Team moving gas.
Put the strongest members on the bottom, and we try to make a pyramid. This was very, very common in the desert. Before everyone started brawling.
Stack people
Right.
before you killed.
Before you
people
started
cared about.
brawling. It was brawling when we were younger. Not quite Mercer as that point.
At that point.
Right.
Yeah, no, of course. So, Simnic, Childs of Seth, Sabotage, and the failures are the four we're thinking of. Do we want to try to focus our efforts again tomorrow? I feel like probably for the best. Do we have does anybody have one in particular they want to go to? Of those four, so Simnic, Childs, the Sabotage, and the failures. Move my sheet so I can actually see my names.
Well, my plan for tomorrow was to honestly find myself a little bit of work to earn up a little bit of coin to figure out the rest of this trip, because everybody's out here suiting themselves up for our journey, and I am I got 55 silver pieces, so
I
I
don't
think
know
I
what
need.
you were talking about. She has like a freaking like fur wrapped around like a bulk of just junk.
No,
So,
I mean,
and
you
with
could
that, I
probably
figure I'd
get
go
some
and
information on that too. I mean,
talk with some people.
people, laborers talk. But is there one in particular you want us to talk to then, or to look into?
I mean, no, not outside of what you guys are going to do.
Well, I mean, of those four, I think we're all just kind of trying to figure out which way we're going to point our crossbow.
Well, I think the most efficient one would be figuring out what's going on with the Childs of Seth, since they seem to have the most potential to fill all our needs all at once, but also essentially the most baggage right now, as them already having a ship and what have you.
Of course. Ela? Your thoughts?
I think maybe you are right. If we are to look into the Childs of Seth, we should probably give them time to sell off what they have if they were to join us.
Any thoughts of the four?
I was thinking the Semitic scientists. Why not?
Might be nice to check into them. I want to check in the Simic scientists, but I looked at their setup when I was going to check out the engineers, and I literally walked over and looked at their camp right before I walked to their camp. They thought I came from the Simic camp. Wow. That's why they were so on guard. Anyways, wow.
I like the moment of realization.
Wait a minute.
They're set in pretty well. I would say they're going to be there for a couple days for sure. I like the idea of maybe trying to see if we can all put our heads together and touch on the Childs of Seth.
Touching Childs is probably
Probably,
not the way to
probably,
go.
Touch on the Childs of Seth, not
Yeah.
touch the Childs of Seth.
Right.
I still don't think the phrasing helps you much.
I don't, yeah.
I'm just glad it wasn't me.
This is his story.
Anyway, you say it.
What's
Matt.
your
We should-
catchphrase?
we
That's
should-
what I was gonna say. There's no way. There's no good way to
What
say
should I say?
that.
Oh, let's go investigate the Childs. Let me go get an insight on the child.
Oh,
Let me go see if I can't perform my way into the Child's ship.
them Seth peoples.
Childs.
We
of
could
Seth.
always try to watch the Childs while they sleep. Other things like that.
Any way we say it, it's going to sound terrible.
Offers a child. No, you can't say that either. Offers them money for goods or services rendered. That does not work at all.
They're childs.
When I call them the Childs of Seth, it means they're like, don't fully understand the language as well. It's a translation. And also they're God, they're the children of God, but it's their God. It's not that they're actual childs.
You keep telling yourself that.
I can tell you, I know
I get it,
true.
but
Everything
this
on
feels
that
like
crew
that.
is at least 20 years old.
This feels like justification. Hopefully it holds up in court.
Absolutely. I'm gonna potty real quick, real fast, and then so you guys can talk amongst yourself, and then we'll get started on our next day.
Simic hybrids, I think, are probably still our best bet. The people we could work the best with. What more do we know about the Childs of Seth?
Not a thing.
I don't know nothing.
Yeah, they have just been out at sea, right?
The Semitic scientists. Those are the ones I was worried about. Being sea folk, if they're flying around, they don't act do so well.
I mean, by that same logic, how many of us have wings? I mean, we are all just as much closer to being water creatures than air creatures. Except for Captain Ned. And, well, myself.
right?
Well, we don't know an awful lot about the child Sith, or anything really.
Do you have preference?
Seems very good.
Cynics over.
Seems like the Jollibee Hall have a fixation with the child, so we can go there.
I mean, come on, snake people? That sounds kind of interesting.
I would have to agree,
That's
because
a
we get
very
5 of snake people.
Aren't you curious, please? Me? Imagine if they are sailing beyond the boat.
I'm interested in checking out anybody either way, because if the Simic scientists are anything good, like, we need some science people, but also, like, those hybrid people are kind of strong and got all kinds of wicked, interesting talents. You see Norin with his squid arms. Never know when we get like a sea turtle person or an electric eel thing guy.
Right?
Mandible jellyfish guy that can
I
sting
wanted to
shit out of
see
people.
an electric eel pufferfish. That'd be kind of cool.
Bufferfish, electric eel hybrid.
Yes.
Snake hybrid. Yes.
Even just a pufferfish, like just pufferfish hybrid, that would be cool.
Once I give it to him, he'd have to take the shocking grass cantrip. I'd give it to him.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Bloated.
Wood.
Wrap. Pressure.
so do we want to Simic? I'm fine with that. I mean, what's one day going to change if we want to do that instead? But I think
There's no reason we can't.
Childs
do
of Seth, you know that. We can do both, it just...
Yeah, there's no reason we can't do both, but doing the Childs of Seth first seems to be the most.
Yeah, I mean, we can do them. We can. I feel like we should investigate each one of these crews, get everything we can find out about them.
One day, the others are next. Maybe.
Childs of Seth
Oh.
tomorrow. Simic the day after.
Child.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. So on the next day, Norin is going to do an investigation because he feels like these people aren't going to be as worried, so he can really kind of get in and talk to them, and they're not going to be as judgmental, hopefully, of him. I'm gonna need to kind of thrown off. They really didn't seem to want to. Or the other people didn't really seem to want to do that, but she might be able to get her performance in there. She'll think about it. Gorak, what do you want to do? Are you going to try to? You could attempt to work on this ship here and see maybe what insight that ship has on the Simnic hybrid, because they're right there.
And yeah, let's do that.
It looks like actually the thing talks about meeting just outside of their camp, meeting on a little rowboat, and getting brought to the ship to do some repairs for the day. Absolutely. Yeah, so that works for you. So you're going to be doing some repairs and trying to get a feel for them?
Yeah.
You have a +10 to your carpentry, right?
Yes.
Quiz. What are your thoughts?
You'll go with the snakes, whatever it is. Child of Sith.
You're going to go both with
Yeah.
them? Okay. And are you gonna do like a stealth over there, or what are you gonna do when you get over that way?
Stuck on a boat, not really. He just insight.
Insight.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Ela, what are your thoughts? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. What did we literally said we're going to the Childs of Seth, and then I had Norin and I pushed you towards them. You could try to do some stuff, or like around this ship and see that. I don't know why. Like obviously we chose Childs of Seth. I just didn't write it down.
He does it out there. We'd be prepared for them tomorrow.
True. These people would probably have more insight into the Childs of Seth, though. In theory, probably.
If that's what we're all doing today, then that's that is where I will go.
Norin will still do an investigation to try to get a feel for them. I don't know why I just mixed it up in my head for a second. Norin is going to do. Something's been bugging him. Norin is going to do. What is Norin? Ooh, that's a rough one. He's still going to do it. Norin is going to try to see what he can. Why the name Seth feels familiar to him. See what he can figure out on that. So I'm going to give him a religion. Slightly higher DC, same modifier. It's still one of his best skills, but not the best modifier. So he'll play around with that.
As long as you can find a double digit on a D20, he'd be doing okay.
Yeah, if I roll a 1 no matter what, it doesn't matter.
Right.
I rolled a 2 and a 1 on him, so that's been helpful. Sorry, so yeah. You're doing insight, religion, carpentry, and using your stuff. What are you trying to do?
I was just going to try and bullshit her way to try and get an invite onto the ship, or at least try and see if she can, play up her self-importance and see if she can,
get any information from them about like what treasures they might be looking for, and telling them we're specifically going for these places. That Seth's wishes directly align with our path.
Okay. And Amanita goes, well, if that's the case, then I'll go, if you don't mind, I'll kind of come along with you, to try to get a ship, and I'll try to persuade them on, to see what kind of offerings they're giving to us.
Sure.
Job offerings. So, so I got Norin doing a religion.
excellent.
And I've got Amanita doing a persuasion. It's better. It's actually not bad. Hey, it's a 15. My DC list. Yeah. So if you guys want to give me your rolls.
Excellent. That's what I'm talking about right now.
Damn.
You
So-
can do it.
There are double digits on these D20s.
There you go.
I got a 15. Norin got an 8. Hila,
11.
quiz.
Insight 23.
3. Nice. And no pressure go rack, but that's 2 fails and 2 successes.
24.
Hey, there we go.
Hell
So
yeah.
that's a success. Haha.
Success.
I was worried for a moment.
Like the Blue Island.
Failure, total failure, failure.
This isn't one you want total failure. The other one sucks that you got a total failure on. Because you realize, like, nope, they're not a good crew. But on this one, good thing you got a success.
Total failure is they fight you.
So what you guys find out throughout the day, you are so when you're Golrak, you're over on the other ship putting in work, and you just kind of mention the guy like, oh yeah, I heard the Childs of Seth are looking for a ship to crew and try to do this. One of the guys just kind of looks at you and goes, yeah, people say a lot about them, but my day, I always just felt that if you think something's too good to be true, you should stick with that feeling. It's kind of like the most of the vibe you can get. You also got a 24 on your carpentry check, which is higher than a 15. So roll me a d6.
3.
3. So you'll make 30 gold that day repairing the ship.
Cool.
You put in some really good work on that. Eli, you go through in there. They come out and they roll the red carpet out for pretty much for you. Like when they're like, yeah, come aboard our ship, and they're going through, and the three of you guys with Amanita are invited on, and they set up a table and they put out a bunch of fruits and everything. And they're like, we have somebody comes up to you and says, yes, my name is Varen, and I am the captain of the Childs of Seth. We are a fully flexible crew, capable of manning any ship that you may have. What great ship do you have, Queen of the Sands?
We currently have the White Betty.
By the way, this is so this person's a full E-20 pureblood. Everybody on this ship is all E-20 pureblood, from what you can tell. An airship. We have much experience with this. I would allow you to pick whichever of my officers. I would offer myself as a first mate or a second mate if you already have a second mate. We would allow you to pick and choose from my officers. All of them would accompany me, as we would offer assistance to your officers. They could basically be a first mate to your bosun, so like a second bosun, a second surgeon, anything you need. But we have a full crew available, flexible. We would be able to man your ship. The remainder of our crew could stay back on the island, living in tents for now. An airship would offer much opportunity for us to trade wares and eventually one day buy a great boat. An airship is wonderful, but though we can pilot it greatly, we prefer to be on the high seas when we get our ship.
Of course.
Quinn's gonna activate his helm and listen background.
There are a lot of advantages to what you are offering, and it sounds pretty much right up the alley of what we need. How long are you here for? How soon are you willing to travel? We are having modifications done currently to the ship.
We are in no rush. My people, we live long lives, and we have no real push right now. We finished a great adventure, and we purchased the ship. We've gone on a few more since then, but we feel that a bigger, better ship, maybe a warship, where our whole crew would be taken advantage would be best for us. Plus, the upgrades, as you have seen, are wondrous in this area. So we would love to be able to have a ship that we are all useful on and to go through. My crew is more than fine with taking time here. A nice thing with this is there's an added benefit. If something were to come up, if we are near the area in your travels, we could always pass by this island, or we could set up communications, and the crew staying here could go and meet a location, or we could trade out. Not only are you getting a wonderful group of 20 of my finest, but I will have 20 of my also fine and well rested at hand at any point in time. Should somebody fall to combat or illness or any sort of issues, you have backups on hand. Not that I wish for anything to happen, and as you can tell, I have a full crew, which is something not everyone will offer you. Having a full crew also means that I've maintained a full crew, which is very, very important when you're on the seas. I have whatever you need available. We are just looking for way to spread our trade goods, and the best way for us to get better trade goods is to temporarily sell off the ship until we can purchase a better one. Or at least upgrade. Well, no, I would like a warship. I would like a warship. Just so we can all do our thing.
Of course. So, mostly looking for ways to increase wealth at this time.
And exactly, we are just looking to be tradesmen. We don't need anything with that. We would like to work hard and earn money in the process. Problem with this is, if I have money set aside for my crew, and I can pay my crew wages, but I can't pay them wages and then have them give the wages back and suddenly have more money. There's no way for me to pay my crew and my crew to save up to upgrade the ship. We're just circulating that same coin. So I need to find a benefactor who can offer my crew more. And that is all we are looking for. That and the idea of adventure sounds great. We would love to work on an airship. Your mobility and your speed, though it doesn't necessarily come accustomed to our lifestyle and what we would like to do in the long run. We know how to do it, and it would mean quicker travel, better trade. This seems wonderful. Give me a perception check.
I'm pretty sure I was looking at the lint in my nose.
What'd you get?
8.
The only thing that you would hear is at one point you hear the word fools, and at one point you hear somebody say something along the lines of, "It can't be that easy." As they're kind of, you hear this kind of this like language that they're speaking amongst each other. Nobody here speaks Sylvan.
Sylvan? No.
Nope.
I'm
real boring.
Isn't it Eonti or Sylvan?
Yeah.
Baseline. I want to say Sylvan, but they can. Speak
They all know, I think, Abyssal.
I would have to.
I speak Common and Dwarvish. That's
Yeah.
it. I'm real
I
basic.
think they can only speak to snakes though. They have.
They have
a
speak
language
with
where
animals
they
where they
can
just speak with
Yeah,
snakes.
and that's kind of what they're doing to each other. But you can pick that up. They're basically speaking a snake language.
Snakes.
You're just hearing these, and the way it looks, they'll even look at you,
And
and they just kind of breathe out.
Did I go with them for their direct investigation, or did I
You're
just
over there working on the ship.
on?
You could try to join them
Okay.
on this, but that would cut off
Okay,
from your
so-
day's
yeah,
work
cool.
a little bit. You'd lose a little bit of that.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's just what I was curious about. So I learned what I learned separately
Yeah.
from them learning what they're learning.
And then
Sweet.
the only last thing is that you'll also hear is, somebody's like, it's kind of funny, like every legend you ever hear, there's a reason why they always call snakes thieves. There's a reason you call thieves snakes, or to trust them. They offer way too much. This is my favorite pirate voice right here. This guy, this random pirate who never is going to exist again. Just fell off the boat and drowned after you left.
He was not a very great pirate then.
He was. You should have
Hit his
seen
head
what
on the
he
way
was
down.
Fucking hell.
I mean, Blackbeard died to lacerations and drowning.
Right, that's
He didn't really fall off the boat. He kind of got dragged off of a boat. Across the bottom of it. It's neither here nor there. He's a pretty good pirate.
You are incredibly persuasive and welcoming.
I am just honest.
Gracious hosts, nonetheless. We are here, as I said, for quite some time. So we hope to reach out again soon and let you know we are still getting our bearings around Drakengard Isle. So, yes, please, we will keep in touch. We are, of course, like I said, in no rush, so I do hope to speak with you again soon.
Of course, and we are in no rush either. Take your time, upgrade your ship. Just know that you will not find a better crew, a more solid, more loyal crew, and you will not find a more flexible crew than the Childs of Seth. And then they'll, you guys, as you're doing this, they'll have feasts and fruits and a roasted pig and just lots of really great food. You can eat, and they have drinks and whiskeys, wines, and ale all brought out, and they just set up an entire feast for you.
Who's just sitting there looking at?
But after a day of working, which led to a tragic death, and
Some solid investigation.
some time spent aboard the ship of the Childs of Seth, you guys can all return back together in your tavern your room and discuss what you have found out. Norin will say, "There's something with the name Seth. Nobody on the island knows the religious significance. There's a religion. I read it in a book once, and it's going to drive me crazy. I couldn't find anything, though. I'm sorry."
They are eager, which is always a bit suspicious. Anything that is too good to be true probably is. And she looks specifically at Norin as she says that.
Well, it's very funny you say that, because in my indirect investigation without going on the ship, that was the one specific thing that I was able to glean from these guys around here and their experience with the Childs of Seth is if something sounds too good to be true, that it most likely is.
Yeah. But I mean, they seem capable. They seem, like I said, eager and flexible. They offer logical advantages to their crew. Quiz, what's they using?
I'd say they are a hard no.
Hard no.
Or no. Or should I be more specific? Fuck no.
I do like specifics.
The only other thing I was able to glean from talking with anybody is frequent legends and cautionary tales across cultures portray snakes as dishonest, thieving entities. There's a reason why that those stories exist. Maybe just take experience with a grain of salt.
These would seem to be opportunists, snakes, anyways. I mean, we are on a pirate island. I think that everyone associated with a full crew probably can be associated with the word thieves, but
Well,
that is
you
a
have
point.
honor among thieves, and you also have sneak thieves. These are not the same things.
Fair point.
You can have thieves that still have codes and ethics and, albeit fucked up, moral compasses. They still have certain moral compasses.
Right. But we are certain, please, that they are probably very much so in line with
If you
their...
invite them onto our ship, I'd be finding somewhere else to go.
Yeah.
I personally, something of the name comes up in a religious idea, and I can tell you that there's some religious connotation to Seth. I don't know what it is, but I can tell you I know there's something to it, and also that I studied the prime gods very, very in depth, and I studied the lesser good gods in pretty good depth. The lesser evil gods I didn't study a lot. So the fact that I can't recall it could mean it's because I didn't pay attention because it was
Probably evil.
a shitty lesser evil god that really has less pull or less influence.
I mean, they wined and dined us. Probably means they were cushioning us up before we got fucked.
They are.
What do they say about buying a drink for something?
Some of them probably had lipstick on before they decided to fuck us. But it does seem unanimous. It seems very unanimous that they're untrustworthy, and that is no good for a crew.
I don't doubt that they're a loyal crew.
To themselves.
Precisely.
Right.
How many it'll be there? It was kind of weird how they were overly pushing the fact that they didn't long-term want an airship. Like, why would you say that?
I thought they got finished killing us, they'd be more than happy to sell it.
Either that or they're like, oh, we'd love an airship. We don't want to tell you that.
Right.
You could trade an airship for a warship any day.
Right. Trying to give us more false sense of security.
It was definitely an eerie thing. They definitely seemed to, like he said, this seemed to be almost too good to be true.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay, you have something.
Well, that was good information gleaned. They well spent. They fed us well. It was pleasant. Even if smoke was being blown in nether places.
Say, do you have something? Because this is
No,
it's fighting me. So I figured that would be fine. We'll just stop doing it.
Hila will just say, I'm going to
get off here.
make a stop at the Northside Trades. If there is anyone who is looking to go. Or
I'll go along with you.
that would be great.
See you at the other trading shop earlier.
I think I briefly saw you. It is hard to keep an eye on you. Not that I am particularly trying, but
Nondescript.
you are there and then you are gone. It's kind of your thing.
Doing things work out.
Absolutely. The two of you are going to go to Northside Trades after you guys kind of talk for a bit before they close down shop for the night. If they close down shop for the night, a lot of the places kind of seem to be available. You're noticing like a lot of the shops also double as like homes for some of these people. And they kind of just like close out and they like close up counters and like set up a hammock and it's like laying a hammock right at the counter.
Efficient.
Do you want to join them? Go to the Northside Traders.
I actually want to make my way back by the job board and look for the most lucrative looking job posting and then make my way to bed.
Okay. Give me an insight or an investigation.
18.
Nice.
You're thinking that this job over here, when you're going through it, at first you kind of look through it and you're like, okay, these all look good. Today you kind of look at it and you're like, this job posting, the person who wrote it with minor accents to it. They put a lot of work into it. You kind of look at it and you're like, most of these are on like scraps of paper, and this one is on fine parchment. And you're looking at it and you're like, this one is actually also like a cut out piece of parchment that was then wrote on, as opposed to the other ones where a lot of them
Just
are
like
they like
scraps
ripped
of
a piece of paper
scraps
and just
of
like
shit.
wrote up the thing and put it on. So you're thinking this ship probably has the highest potential for earnings, depending on how well you do.
Well, I will snatch down that little listing and carry my happy butt home.
So,
Carry my happy butt to where I'm sleeping.
since you did go to the jobs board listing, all three of you guys give me a perception.
Excellent. 7.
18.
10 the hard way. Difficult 10.
It's a nice evening out. Ships are coming and going. Nothing
Phrasing.
too crazy. You go over and you get that. You pick it up, you pick up the job listing. As you're walking out, you look across the bay and you're kind of getting a feel. You're like, okay, I think I see where they're actually pulling lanterns now. Looks like they're about to finish off work for the day. I think I have an idea of where I'm going. Just the hustle and bustle of Drakengard Island. You guys are at the North Docks, going to the Northside Traders. On the South Docks, you notice a rowboat is docking, and it's a long ways away, but just you're looking at it and you're like, it's looking like kind of familiar when it was coming in, going over to dock. It was just within sight, and you're looking at it and you're like, looks like that's Lorquin, Aiken, and Osneek on a rowboat with a crate of something coming in.
I don't know if you noticed.
Noticed what?
She's like, it is nice out.
She's like fiddling with something in her pouch, and she's like kind of pissed off that something's like stuck in her pouch.
So, is that pissing me off more than I thought it was here?
Well, I mean,
What about the robot over there?
what?
And yeah, you'll notice like
Is that the Zem?
Lorquin, Osneek, and Aiken.
Well, we can't aggress upon them,
Nor can they ask.
right? And we can't contain them for fear of aggressing upon them,
Nor can they ask.
right?
So long as we know where they are, we are a step ahead.
That is true. They are so close. Only we have a way to freeze them. I feel like we should have been putting a little bit more effort into researching that. I did not think they would be here so quickly. But we know they are here, which is a good thing, I think.
I'd say you have a much better friendship with them than I do. They're
Right. I have friendship with whatever they are pretending to be. I don't know them personally, none of us.
But you speak of them being under control.
Yes.
What sort of control be it?
Full-on thralls.
Was it the mind thing that he was speaking in my brain?
Talking to us in multiple different languages. And harming the Magian that we fought psychically. This thing has turned them effectively into shells. Slaves. Mentally. Completely. And puppets. Them.
Yeah. They would have known that we were bringing the airboat here.
They did here.
So, had they already had knowledge of this island, they know that there's no attacking them. Of course, they know that they're not attacking us either.
Right.
But I think the less they know about us being here is probably the better.
Of course.
To give you a feel, they were about 400 feet away from you, give or take.
So we could tell that it was them.
Yeah. But that also, again, that gives you a feel. So, and remember that the magic of this island only extends out about 100 to 150 feet out from the edge. So that being said, whereas you can't do things, that creature that could do things to your mind and cause those pulses and stuff like that could potentially be outside of the zone and attacking in. You don't know how the zone works.
Right.
If the magic will extend past the barrier or not, you're not really sure.
It would not want to attract
But you know that it did it
attention
from a
to itself.
distance away, yeah.
And then coming on the rowboat would only imply that the Black Betty isn't far off.
Well, and it was harming things on the airship from the Black Betty. So,
But
But that was only like 80 feet away.
I think they are smart enough. It is smart enough to ask the right questions, to know exactly where we are, because I am quite conspicuous.
Here, you go around making the biggest noise you can.
Right. As, well, it is a skill that I have. Trying to gather information. They will find us.
I don't call that a skill, I call it stubbing my toe.
Maybe. Perhaps. But you do have a way of getting around, and maybe, perhaps, you are the luckiest of all of us. But I think you have more control over your own luck than most people. That being said,
I prefer to make my luck.
would you like to make it with a little bit more of a stacked deck, as they say?
she pulls out a stone, hands it to you.
He doesn't return anything.
This is
And she turns it over.
a stone of good luck. Now, quizzes. Stone of good luck. As a olive branch for
I
my...
think these things called Blarney stones, is it similar to that?
You can kiss it for good luck, but it will always be lucky. Please, it is a gift. I feel I owe you an apology, and this is an extension of that. I apologize for my irresponsible behavior of taking dragon blood and affecting the area around my allies, more specifically you, in chaotic and harmful ways. I don't know if I ever has an effect on you, because like I said, I could not concentrate well on allies or foes.
That's the first save I failed in a while. The first damage that I took in the fight was from you.
I did not know.
You could not know, but it was the crazy actions that you were taking that put me on guard.
I will be better. I am already, I think, on the path towards being better. And so, truly, this is a gift that I have purchased for you on this island.
You didn't steal it from him?
I will only accept it if you just lend it to me for a little while.
Well, you may change your mind. It is a lucky stone. whether or not you find something to replace its usefulness. The sentiment remains. It is a gift, but so be it. If you would like to return it, I would allow you that. Courtesy, I suppose. But for me to feel better for my actions, and as a promise to be better.
I don't think you have to be buying nothing. But sure, if you lend it to me for a little while, I'll be happy to do it.
Well, for the time being, it is yours. I will still always call it Quiz's Stone of Good Luck.
To Blarney Stone.
It does require attunement, but it gives you +1 to ability checks and saving throws.
Oh, I'm adding it onto your sheet right now.
Sweet, thank you.
I'm removing it from mine.
Where do you put it?
Left front pocket.
I will.
It works in an interdimensional space, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want you to tune to it, yes.
Oh.
I will be more anonymous while they are here.
And she will cast Disguise Self with the Hat of Disguise and look like the plainest elf you've ever seen. Just like woman, like brownish, like dirty brown hair that kind of covers most of her ears and features face-wise, and just like plain grayish clothes, but still sort of sailor-y, pirate-y, but just not like, no embellishments, no colors for a crew, just elf sailor-ish. And not vibrant.
Oh, God. Why'd you have to give him that stone? After you take a rest, you can refresh your sheet and see what that stone does exactly. But you go to the Northside Traders, unless you change your mind.
Still going to the Northside Traders.
Absolutely. In the Northside Traders, you will see there's by the desk like a hammock kind of set up, and then there's a guy who's just kind of like halfway resting on it. When you open the door, a bell goes off, and let me know if you need anything. I'll be here.
Oh, perfect. I do need something. Perhaps you know if you have it.
Probably going on and look. I mean, maybe. You can look around if you want. I mean, what specifically are you looking for?
Looking for few things. You wouldn't happen to have a Rod of the Pact Keeper, would you?
What's that do?
Nothing that is important, actually.
I mean, I probably have. I've only been running the shop for about a week and a half now.
All right. Well, it strengthens one's connection to.
What's it look like?
Rod.
A rod.
About.
I think rods are like in that chest, on that far side over there.
Would you mind helping me look?
Sure.
Perhaps we can find these things.
Pop open the chest, and there's just like little other things sticking there, and you're like, that is a Rod of the Pact Keeper. Just a baseline.
Shit. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. This.
And you're like, that's
looks approximately right.
like, okay. Like that's an unmovable rod. But you're like, I don't think that one's actually magic.
Pretty sure that one's a dildo.
That one has been used for other things. Because like, oh, I know exactly what this is used for.
But yes, they do have one.
Perfect. These insignias, emblems, you have a place for these?
Like pins and stuff like that.
Of course.
We got a lot of pins on the wall over there, and stuff on the shelf in that area. That's where the stuff like goes on, like vests and hats and stuff over there.
Perfect. Help me look over there, if you don't mind, please.
They do have an insignia of the claw.
Oh snap! All right. That is great. It is.
There's one. It's not on the wall. You're kind of going through and you're looking about, and you'll notice that on the shelf, like where the shelf touches the wall, you see there's a pin that's like fallen in. It's like halfway there, and you like kind of pull it off, and you're like, oh, this is an insignia of the claw.
Son of a gun.
This is almost lost and forgotten. Look, you are already lucky, Quitz. This is a great day. These are great. You wasn't happen to have any instruments here, would you?
Yeah, they're kind of strewn about. I think strings are over there by the chest. Drums are at the end of the desk by the tents. And then pipes should be on the other side. There's the wall on the desk, the shelf on the other side. We got pipes and stuff over there.
Perfect. Strings / percussion. Do you have hand harps, lyres, semi-semantics?
Yeah, I've got a few things.
Looking for the
Like
best,
instruments with strings. I definitely got
prettiest, well-kept one that I can find.
just a basic instrument.
If it's magical, fuck yeah. But if it's not, just a base instrument.
You could find basically a rhythm keeper's equivalent of a lyre.
Yeah.
So it's just a baseline lyre that a bard could use as a thing, but that would be the only one. That would be. There wouldn't be a drum. Any pipes? No.
Keepers. Keepers.
Yeah.
Perfect, actually. These 3 items here, including this insignia that was almost forgotten, would complete my list. How much for the 3?
3 of those. That will be 1760.
1760. You are upselling in a major way. But what about I mean, I could offer 1100 for this 3.
Give me
Price
persuasion.
gouge is 15.
Give me a persuasion.
Persuasion, it's a 19.
I'll kind of lean up and then. Oh yeah, no, I thought you got one of the nicer of the rods. Yeah, I can do 11.
Perfect. Then absolutely, I will take these off of your hands.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you.
And she'll, hand over 110 platinum.
110 platinum, absolutely. I will accept this 110 platinum for the 3 items that I.
110 platinum.
1,000.
Yeah.
100 gold. Perfect. This is wonderful. This is great. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for, please?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, just you can look around. We got lots of cool stuff here.
Because just Take a quick walk around the shop.
There's very little organization to this. A lot of it you can tell is like people come through with crates and they're just like, these things look the same. These things look the same. You're going through, so you're like, cool. These don't function well at all, but they're roughly the same looking. And it looks like it's mostly set up with somebody who doesn't fully understand what everything does here.
There's nothing here that I can't live without.
Fair enough.
All right, well, I mean, you can come during the day, you can see in here a little bit better. If you want, you can come through. If you're looking for something specific, day shift knows a lot more than I do. They can look at, get you what you're looking for, probably.
Sure. Thank you. We will return. Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, he was all sorts of chipper and happy walking out of there. Great.
Across the ocean, see there, or across the cove, you see there is a rowboat getting off of it.
What you figure they got in that crate there?
Trade goods. I use that term lightly. Knowing what Zorga has us sell, nothing good. Nothing good in that crate at all. We should keep an eye or explore the black markets, give warning. They will try to sell these illicit tadpoles. They will crawl inside people, eat their brains, consume them, and pilot the bodies. We had first-hand experience with that in Darkshore. And Dorko has many drugs and herbs that I acquired for her, that we acquired for her, but I kind of gave a lot, all of it.
So if one of those worm things was piloting somebody, I wonder how the protections on this island would work for that. Would it affect the worm, or would it attempt to affect the body? It has no more brain.
I don't know. I feel like it is an aggressive act to sell one of those things knowingly to a potential victim.
Selling something like that wouldn't be necessarily an act, but the worm attempting to infect a host would probably be an aggressive act. The worm would probably.
The worm would explode.
I don't know how well tadpole larva does with 14d6.
14d6 psychic damage. Still, they are a risk. I don't know how that would work with the magic.
Plus, there's lots of ships surrounding this island that are just outside of the zone.
That is true.
So you guys finish your shopping for the day. Head back to the inn. Probably we'll start off on it tomorrow. But what were we thinking we're going to want to do for day 28? Does this change our plans? We still want to try to investigate some crews, see if we can find anything else out about them, or.
Yeah, Gorak, we ran into, or at least saw, that Lorquin, Aiken, and
Osnik
Osnik are on the island. Took their rowboat to the south side docks.
That's interesting. What is our immediate plan for dealing with that? Are we going to avoid? Are we going to try and interact? I feel like if we're going to try to save or do anything with the crew that is on that ship, having them being separated is probably the best time in which to do that.
That is true, but
But we still got a lot of time here before we are ready to go. So,
I am worried that if we were to attempt to gather information from them, make contact, or reveal that we would like to liberate them, that it will only make that goal more difficult.
well, if we were going to try to save them, I would talk to them about it first. Ideally, I don't think. But
Nor-
there is always the option of just completely, totally fabricating a story.
Norman will say, I did try to look around and see if I could find something. There are some books, information on things like that, possibly. There's nothing for sell or trade. Pretty much any book that gets unloaded just gets put into a chest and sent off to the secret keepers because they buy all books for way more than they're worth generally. That being said, there is a library in Drakengard Keep, but I don't know if we can get access to that. It's a personal library. It's not like an open library, but you know, Lord Drakengard has.
I think I could get there.
But yeah, they there's a library there, and then the secret keepers have any other books. Somebody said there was definitely a book about illithids and stuff like that, but it got taken. They bought it up.
Because of them to investigate the secret keepers.
I'm curious about that.
I wouldn't mind figuring out why it is that they're buying. I also couldn't find any books on religion because every book on religion, any book that the Lord doesn't get initially, ends up there. And the Lord pays a good price for them. They're paying more if they can. I mean, they've got underground things and stuff just gets brought to them.
That is pretty crazy.
I wouldn't mind looking into secret keepers tomorrow.
Guys, looking at them, I have seen few places that are as well fortified as they are, in a place that really don't need any fortifications. Their entryway is not perfect, but unless you have a specific reason, it's just saying, hey, you know, we want to come in and socialize, they're not going to let us in.
I saw that they're sweeping the perimeter, and they've got, it's not even that fortified, like you just walk in and push the tripwire out of the way, but all the bells and whistles and all that stuff, it's going to make noise. Yeah, I get what you're saying. They definitely are keeping their secrets.
Is it against the law to attempt to cross their barrier?
No, I mean, I don't see why you couldn't just walk into their camp, probably, but
Just walk into the jingle jangles, and then what will they do?
In this place, they can only use harsh language.
Right.
As far as I know, I mean, I haven't tried to fight a camp. I really can't, but Or we could check it out and see what's going on. Spend the day putting some info on that. Also, they are over there, and Laura Quinn and them docked over here. So that's where you said they docked. They're probably posted up over there for the night. It's probably too late. I mean, well, I guess they could head back out to the ship tonight. But Lord Quinn usually stayed in an inn while selling off goods and setting up trades.
Peculiar. It is difficult. How do we want to play it? What is the best course of action?
Well, if there's something we can do, we need info.
Because I don't think we can hide the whole time.
I have kinds of an in with some of the higher ups. Lord Blackstone? Lord.
Telford?
That is Blackstone.
Blackstone. Lord Blackstone and the Blackstone estate and other higher ups around Drakengard keep that maybe could offer a chance to look into the Lord's personal library, or at least offer a chance to look at his book or books on these creatures.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I mean, you can always see what he knows of
As a secret.
the secret keepers.
He did
Figure
talk
out.
to me for a while the other day. I'm confident I could talk to him again.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you refresh your page?
Did I have to, what was it, just take a long rest?
No,
or
just refresh it. Refresh your page, and you should see all the your skills and saves should be different. It's not bad. But yeah, I mean, I can try to see what I can find out about them. We can push for, see what we can find about the secret keepers, and in the process, see if we can't find information on Illithids and Elder Brain, and their thralls, and how one would go about making that not be a thing anymore.
I feel like the ability to be persuasive was beyond our side. We are attempting to do some good, so hopefully they will be generous and willing to help.
Perhaps. I mean, it's worth checking out. Nothing else. Okay, yeah. Oof. Yeah, we can look into it and see what we can find out. You check the Lord, I hit the streets, go through. You guys try to see what you can find. You're gonna go hit the docks and work some labor tomorrow?
Yep,
Maybe see what
that is my plan.
what the working man knows. You can see what people who don't know what's going on know. Yeah.
Perfect. Like this plan, we put the Simics on hold briefly, Just briefly.
They're set up for a while.
Hopefully they
It's more
don't
water.
just creep into the water, disappear.
I doubt they would. Or whatever they're set up doing there. They're entrenched a little bit.
Perfect.
Cool. Well, then that'll be the plan for tomorrow.
Goose.
What day is today?
Today is the 27th.
Tomorrow's the 20th? Perfect.
Tomorrow is the 28th.
Awesome.
Why is that awesome?
Go and get his gift.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'll be up there anyways. Doing your thing. Cool. Well, then we will call it there because it's about that time. Woo-woo. I'm freaking exhausted because I had a long day at work. And I was up late making sure that I had all of this stuff set. Of course, you guys had to get a total failure on engineering because that wasn't a big crew. The worst crew you could have possibly got. Good thing you got.
Yeah, the
Saved them.
one crew that would probably be really fantastic to have for our battle blimp who could understand it and do it. Yeah. Shit. Total failure.
Across the board. It's fine. It's not important. there are a lot of really good crews. And luckily, you got a success on one of the most important ones. A lot of the crews are going to work for one way or another. I mean, you can make anything work. You didn't get a failure or a total failure on the crew that may have been planning to rob you guys and take your ship. So that's good. Are other crews prone to mutiny? Yeah, any crew's prone to mutiny. But they're not literally like pre-planned, premeditated. We are going to get away from this island and steal your ship.
It's probably good that we didn't hire them anyway because it would have been child labor. I'm sure there are laws against it.
No.
Somewhere.
2 laws: don't take things, don't hurt anybody.
You
Child
can
labor
have
is
as
okay.
many child slaves as you
Child
can.
Many
Seth's
child labor.
labors?
Yeah, absolutely.
Child of Seth's labors
hurting somebody?
is okay.
I'm sure.
Child slavers?
Slavers.
Is that what?
It's child slavers.
Child's
They're the ones who
Child
labor.
slaves? Child
Labors.
slaves, right. Okay.
The slavers are the ones who
If you got a crew DNT, they would not look down upon your slavery at all. No, because they do that as well.
Yep.
Cool.
totally cool.
So we will see what we can find next week on Wednesday as we continue to investigate more of the crews. We've got a couple of crews that we've kind of think we're getting a grasp on the idea of them. We'll play along with that and see where we want to go from there. We will continue to work on spanning, and we'll see how it plays out with the Black Betty having arrived. That'll be interesting. That'll be great. That in mind, thank you guys for joining us. We had a wonderful time, and we hope you guys are enjoying. Again, feel free to comment on the videos. Let me know, what would you like to do? What crew would you most like to investigate? And how would you go about that? Feel free to comment in the comments, and I'll let you know how that would work out for you. That being said, we'll see you guys next Tuesday for more Weave Blight.
Yeah.
We're now level 4, and we are trying to figure out how to deal with the fact that everybody's starting to become diseased. Blighted. Luckily, I can probably start curing Weave Blight at level 10. You guys will probably be dead of it by level 6, so your next characters will be good though.
If you all dodge milestones like you have thus far, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just about ready to knock
No.
on the milestone itself, and
Let's go the other way.
no,
Yeah,
we're about to
that's-
learn some important information. Nah, we don't want it.
That's one of those things. It's not entirely our fault. You know, it's kind of hard when you're like, oh, cool, we're gonna play this person's storyline, and then that person isn't there. And you're like,
Yeah.
let's just go. And then you get us being all suspicious, standing there going, okay, well, we don't have the voice on the other side of the table going, hey, like, no, trust my people and stuff like that, trying to persuade us. Instead, we're just like sitting in a room going, all right, I don't trust these bitches. I don't trust them either. Okay, cool. It's not just me.
Let's just not
get
trust
outta
them.
here.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
that works well.
Yeah.
But so next week we'll be doing more Weave White. That'll be fun, and then we will do the continuation and see how far along we can get in our downtime at Drakengard Keep. Looking for some more crew. Drakengard Island. She's going to Drakengard Keep. The rest of you are at Drakengard Island. And we will see what we can find out about potentially curing our thrall friends, and also potentially maybe getting some stuff back, or how we'll play it out. We'll see.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to go shut this off, but we thank you very much. Like, comment, share, do all that stuff. Definitely subscribe. We need more subscribers on YouTube. Comment on Rumble. Rumble's super fun. I know a lot of people saying they can't comment on Rumble because they don't have an account, but it's easy. Just sign up for the account. It's absolutely free to have. So make an account, comment, and let us know which crew would you like to find most out about if you're here. Which crew would you think you would best get along in or fit in, and how would you go about investigating or gathering information on that crew? Comment that, like, subscribe, and we'll see you guys next Tuesday.
Peace out.
Wait,
As our crew turns